rest of the world that we're a nation of hate, that we won't elect a man to the presidency of the United States in this land of the free because he was born a Catholic? Are we going to say that? I don't believe that we are. I believe that the American people are going to repudiate this campaign of religious hatred that's now being conducted against Kennedy so that it will never be used in another campaign in America. And in conclusion, I'm reminded of the story as an aftermath of the 1928 campaign. There was a farmer in my home county of Wayne who had been one of the leaders of the religious hatred campaign against Al Smith. And he had helped carry Wayne County for Herbert Hoover. And you know the hell that we went through after we got Hoover. The depression that we went into. And this farmer, like everybody else, he lost everything that he had. And in 1933, his farm, his last possession, was put up and sold at public auction. And as the old man turned away from the courthouse, one of his friends who was standing nearby heard him say, "Perhaps it's God punishing me for my religious bigotry against Al Smith." Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Powell, for such a wonderful job. I think that was about the best job of doing justice to the present situation that I've heard up to date. I'm convinced myself that once we penetrate this cloud of smoke screen and dust that certain people in Mississippi are throwing up and place the issues properly before the people of Mississippi, then we will elect a Democrat president of the United States. And it's for that purpose that we've called this meeting here today. We feel, very sincerely feel, that the labor movement today in Mississippi can be the difference as to what road this state follows. I think it might be well just to dwell on the situation itself for just a few moments. Most of you are familiar with the political alignment and the state, as well as myself and the rest of us here. Recognizing the power of the governor's office, certainly we can't discount the unpledged elector slate. But by virtue of the fact that we have our 2 United States senators and most of the congressional delegation supporting the Democratic nominees, then that in itself, to a certain point, equalizes the situation. And today the labor movement in Mississippi is in the position, if we do the job that we're capable of doing, of making up the difference and electing or seeing that Mississippi stays in the Democratic column. That's the reason that it's so important that we in the labor movement become aware of the situation and that we carry the story to our people and do everything humanly possible to get as many of our people active in this campaign and get the vote out on November the 8th. Now, at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you another old friend of ours who I feel again needs no introduction. Nevertheless, it is a pleasure to present to you Bob Starnes, Assistant Regional Director of the AFL-CIO. Bob, come forward, please. Chairman, Director Powell, officers of the Mississippi Labor Council, international representatives, and delegates to this meeting. I don't think I need to say to you that I am always glad to come back home, even though sometimes in faraway places I must hang my head a little bit with a wee bit of shame when I say Mississippi is home. When I read my newspaper and I listen to my radio, and yes, even when I look at my television occasionally now and see certain people on the television who have flies crawling on them, I can't help but think of an old story. I'm sure most of you have heard before, but if you will bear with me, I think it fits the situation. It's about the two young, ambitious seekers for political office who were vigorously campaigning. And on one occasion, they inadvertently got scheduled to speak from the same platform. So there they were. And the one who spoke first wanted to impress his audience with his ability and his background and his education and his qualifications for the job he sought. So he told his audience, "Now, my friends, I am a BS, and I am an MS, and I am a PhD. In other words, he'd been to college and he had some degrees and he was proud of it and he wanted everybody to know it. And finally he finished and sat down, and his opponent got up, who had not had all of the educational opportunities that the predecessor had had. And he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to you about some of these things my friend has said. He told you you were a BS. He was a BS. Now all of you know what BS is. He told you he was a MS. Well, MS just means more of the same. And he told you that he was a PhD. Well, that just means piled higher and deeper. So these people who are the so-called leaders of Mississippi today are just more of the same and piling it higher and deeper. It's been going on for years. Stop and think of the political leadership that we have had in this state since the state was born, or even before its birth. A group of Mississippi politicians negotiated and surveyed and figured and scratched their heads over the boundaries of the state. And they got over there on the west side of the state, and they came down the Mississippi River, and they said, "The Mississippi River shall be the western boundary of this state." From the northern boundary all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico? No. They were smart. They wanted to give up a city like Baton Rouge and a city like New Orleans and oil wells and everything else down there. So they gave up the natural boundary they had followed for nearly 400 miles, the Mississippi River, and cut over and took a little river nobody ever heard of, the Pearl River. And that became
the southernmost boundary of the state of Mississippi. I call that good, smart politicians. They knew what they were doing. Then a little bit later on, we had the leadership of the state, the governor, and the legislature enact legislation which said no corporation with a capital of $1 million or over could domicile in this state. And that was the law of the land for a number of years. As a result, we find that the great Southern Lumber Company, located in Bogalusa, Louisiana, but it cut all the wood out of Mississippi and carried it down there and cut it up. And I'm told that the Standard Oil Company, now located at Baton Rouge, located there because of that legislation. And what are these boys doing today? They are busting their runners, trying to get some industry into the state. These boys, both the ones who call themselves independent elector adherents and the ones who profess to follow the Republican philosophy, have always, since the beginning of this state, fought and opposed anything and everything that would benefit a man who worked. The people we have had in Congress, who are elected under a Democratic label, running on a Democratic platform supposedly, who shout they are Democrats, go to Congress and vote, as Dan said, a better Republican voting record than the Republicans themselves. They've opposed minimum wage, they've opposed Social Security, they have opposed everything that would help the working man. And as I've told before, and some of you probably have heard me, one of our congressmen, when the $1 minimum wage was passed, the only one in the state of Mississippi who voted for it, ran out of the chamber and got on a telephone and called the Chamber of Commerce in the city of Natchez, and he said, I voted for that dollar because if we didn't pass the dollar, these damn people were going to pass $1.25. And I saved you 2 bits an hour. Those people and the Republicans and the independent electors are all one and the same. They use other things occasionally to confuse the issue. They use the religious question, try to. They use the race question, they try to confuse things and keep people from recognizing the issues, and that reminds me of another story. A little organizing deal I was in once. And I was talking to a young fella. I'll admit he was a little bit young, and you probably will agree when I get through the story that he might have been a little bit young. Trying to get him to join the union. And he finally told me, no, we don't need a union here. I said, why? Why, he said, we've got a boss here who'll take his employees in his Cadillac, ride them around and show them the pretty spots around town, take them to dinner and pay for it, take them to a show and pay for that, and then take them to his apartment to spend the night. I said, son, did he ever do that to you? He said, no, but he did it to my sister. And I say he didn't understand the issues, that's all. And some of our people get just as naive. They don't understand the issues.
The issues in this campaign are bread and butter issues with us. Do you know that a $12,000 home bought today on a 30-year mortgage will cost you approximately $3,300 more than it would cost you in 1952 when the Republicans went in? And that's coming out of your pocket. And it's going into the pocket of the bankers. When you buy an automobile, that costs you more because the interest rate is higher. If you go to the bank to make a loan, the interest rate is higher. The banker makes it. He don't need it. You do. The Republicans gave it to him. And these people we elected from Mississippi and sent to Washington helped the Republicans rob your pocket. And that's what they want to continue to do. You think back in 1930, 31, and 32. What did we have then that we have today that was the biggest evil that brought on that depression? High money rates. I have been told and I have read by people who are smarter than I am that big money interests periodically want depressions so that at depressed prices they can buy up their competition and eliminate it and buy up property at a cheap price and take it away from you and me. And I wouldn't be too surprised but what at least some of the people in the Republican Party, supported by these Dixiecrats that we elect from Mississippi and send to Washington, have things of that kind in mind. I think the issues are sufficiently clear. In addition to these economic issues, we have the issue of whether we want to continue to have a union or not. Because the Republicans and the independent elector people don't want us to have a union. They don't want us to bargain. They don't think we are worth $1 an hour. Now, I'm not going into a great deal of detail on that because I think a great deal of that was explained to everybody in the state during the right to work fight, and we probably don't need it. But the issues are clear. They're economic issues. They're bread and butter issues. They're union issues. They're our own salvation issues. And what are we going to do about it? I say it's time we got a belly full of these people who've been running us in the ground and running us down and get them out and get some people in who'll do something for the working people and for the nation and the world, the Democrats. Thank you, Brother Starnes, for such a wonderful address. I'd like to find out, before we continue with the program, if each and every one of you got a copy of the article, the reprint from the, I believe it's the Lime and Gypsum Workers publication, Voice. We reproduced an article in relations to our right to work fight. Have all of you got a copy of that? It's in the back of the building here. We thought it was good enough, and it fit the situation so well that we should reprint that article and make it available to our people in this state as a grim reminder of the situation that we're confronted with. I think that possibly we got a pretty good education in the right to work fight, and that we should be able, as a result of that fight, to point back to these people that spearheaded this thing and the reason and the why that this right to work proposition was made possible. we should remember, and this should be driven home to our people, that the Taft-Hartley Act, as Brother Powell pointed out, the act that was authored by, at least he assisted in authoring the bill, Richard Nixon, had the Section 14B provision that made this right-to-work proposition possible. Had it not been for Section 14B, then we wouldn't have been faced with a fight just a few weeks ago that we had trying to defeat this proposition from being placed in the Constitution. This is one issue that most of our people understand, and that we shouldn't let them forget that Richard Nixon helped author this piece of legislation. We also should recognize or attempt to explain to our people the basic difference between the philosophies of the two parties, as Brother Powell pointed out to you. The big mules in the Republican Party, the unpledged electors, if you please, the Dixiecrat factions and what have you, figure that a certain amount of unemployment is good for this country, for this nation, for this reason. This is one of their reasons, in addition to making a killing. As long as they have a big pool of unemployed, people looking for a job, then they're able to play those people off against our organized people. Let's don't forget that. The economic philosophies of the two parties are very important in this respect. By virtue of having manipulated the financial system of this country, by raising the interest rates, this administration has been able to slow down and bring practically to a standstill the economic advancement of this nation of ours. The end result has been that the new workforce, as they came into the picture, could not find a job. Right here in the state of Mississippi, we've had several good examples of how this big pool of unemployed works to our detriment. Right here today, the Pearl River Reservoir, right over here adjacent to this city of Jackson, the building trades are at the present time in a very serious fight to get the work for their people. Why? Because we have a big pool of unemployed waiting to take a job at a cut rate. That's exactly what the proposition is. The Executive Board has drafted a resolution to be presented to this meeting here today for your consideration. I'd like to ask two or three of the brothers here at the front to come up and pass copies of this resolution out, and then we'll call on Brother Knight to present it to you. I'd like to ask you, as you rise to be recognized and so forth, if you have some remarks, please speak into the mic in order that we might record the conversation. We're keeping a record of the meeting. Chair recognizes Brother Sims.
W.G. Sims, Columbus. All I want to know is, does anybody know whether or not the architects have settled their strike?
According to the papers, it's still on.
Huh?
According to the papers, it's still on.
They're all economic council people.
Yes, sir. It's good to see some of those people in a fight, isn't it? Resolution? At this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you your good Secretary-Treasurer and your Director of our Committee on Political Education, Brother Thomas Knight, present the resolution. Brother Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolution submitted by the Mississippi Labor Council Executive Board. Whereas the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, is ever mindful of its many responsibilities to its membership and to its many friends, including those of a political nature, while refusing to be placed in a position of telling anyone how to vote, we likewise refuse to abrogate our responsibility of making the facts as the records show them available to our people during the most important presidential campaign. And whereas for several weeks now the people of Mississippi have been subjugated to a deliberate campaign of misrepresentation and confusion designed to camouflage the real issues in this election. This campaign of deception has been spearheaded by our governor and other would-be demagogues, as well as many of the newspapers in this state. We deplore this situation and call upon these people to give some serious thought to our nation's welfare. And whereas we consider the presidential election of this year as being of the utmost importance, the fate of the free world could easily hinge on the outcome. Not since 1932 has our nation faced such a crisis. In 1932, our nation was in the throes of a disastrous depression and appeared to be headed for a revolution. Franklin D. Roosevelt, elected in that year, had the imagination and provided the leadership to stem this tide, placing our nation back into its rightful position of world leadership. And whereas our nation, looked upon as the leader of the free world, is rapidly becoming a second-rate power, budget balancing has taken precedence over our nation's security. Worldwide communism is more of a threat today than ever before. A beachhead has been established in our own backyard, just off the coast of Florida. The prestige of our nation is at an all-time low. We have seen our president forced to cancel a scheduled tour of Japan because of riots and other acts of disapproval. We have seen our vice president was stoned and spit upon during a recent tour of South America. And whereas over 2/3 of the world's people go to bed each night hungry, while food surpluses continue to mount in our country. Greedy speculators and profiteers are making fortunes while the family farm is being replaced by huge corporate combines. Whereas for several years we have seen our government operated in accordance with the whims of the vested interests. Time after time we have witnessed our president veto legislation designed to help the many, to satisfy the whims of these people. We have seen the economic growth of our nation practically brought to a standstill. This evil can be traced to the exorbitant interest rates placed upon the Federal Reserve System, or so we believe. Today, almost 5 million people are unemployed, and many more working only part-time. Many more millions continue to eke out a bare existence. And whereas practically every regulatory commission by name has been staffed by men who are in sympathy with those who are supposed to regulate, conflict of interest is ignored and corruption has been common. The president's assistant was forced to resign after being exposed. This situation itself has cost the consuming public untold millions of dollars. And whereas the National Labor Relations Board, which is supposed to be an impartial, semi-judicial agency, has been turned into a tool of management groups. It is no longer necessary for these people to seek to have the law amended in their favor. This board makes the law by administrative decision. The chairman of this board is presently acting as campaign manager for Senator Carl Munt of South Dakota, one of Labor's worst enemies. And whereas a study of Mr. Nixon's record, who has been a part of this administration, discloses there is much to be desired. Nixon has consistently opposed legislation benefiting the great masses of our people and supported the position of the vested interest instead. A simple explanation of this seems to rest with the fact that a group of California businessmen made a contribution of $850 to his bank account each month during his tenure in the United States Senate. Nixon's record as a campaigner also leaves much to be desired. During each of his campaigns for the House of Representatives and that of the Senate, he questioned the loyalty of his Democratic opponents. During the 1952 presidential campaign, he impugned the loyalty of President Truman and insinuated that the Democratic Party was the refuge of many communists. The question now arises as to whether or not Mr. Nixon is morally fit to sit in the White House himself. And whereas a study of Mr. Lodge's record, Lodge was defeated for re-election to the Senate by Senator Kennedy, discloses that he voted with his party on all major issues, even though his record is commendable while serving as U.S. Representative to the United Nations. And whereas a study of Senator Kennedy's record discloses that he has, with a few exceptions, supported legislation benefiting the masses. On numerous occasions, he himself has been the sponsor of this type of legislation. He has at all times supported legislation designed to strengthen the collective bargaining process and oppose legislation that would weaken it. He entered Congress at the same time as Mr. Nixon. At no time during his campaigns did he stoop to the low plane of smear and insinuation as did Nixon. At all times, while serving as a public servant, Senator Kennedy has conducted himself in a most dignified manner and seems to possess the imagination and leadership qualities so badly needed by our nation today. Whereas a study of Senator Johnson's record discloses that he has been responsible for the passage of many pieces of legislation. As Majority Leader of the Senate, he is recognized the world over as a born leader and would, without doubt, lend prestige to the office of Vice President. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mississippi Labor Council, based upon the above-mentioned fact, does affirm the AFL-CIO's endorsement of the Democratic slate of Kennedy and Johnson and will unreservedly work for their election. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution.
You've heard the resolution. You've heard the motion to adopt. Do we have any discussion on the resolution? Brother Daniel.
Lonnie Daniel, Area Director of the Communications Workers. In support of this resolution, I wanted everyone to know that the Communications Workers has endorsed the candidacy of Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Nixon, and we would like to, for your information.
Correct yourself.
I'm sorry. Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry. And I would like to present to the body this statement that we have prepared. We have tried 8 years of Republican management. On the books, it balances out as 8 years of steady decline, of shrinking profits for the people at home and of sagging prestige abroad. This nation has been run into the ground by its present managers under a policy of caution and careful penny pinching. At a time when the crisis of history demands imagination and daring in the true spirit of American free enterprise. The tremendous world events of the 1950s called for a sustained burst of creativity on the part of the American government. What we got was a sustained bust. At the same time, we witnessed the great assault on public opinion ever mounting. Those who now support Mr. Nixon spent millions to obscure our national stumbling by clouds of rosy words. Instead of new answers for new problems, we were assured that everything was all right and would surely get better if left alone. economic growth. Big business either cannot or will not face the future's risk. Government must give the economy the push it needs, as the Democrats understand and promise. Poverty still stalks this land. There are millions who are in need, millions more who live below the standard we call decent. Poverty still stalks. In the world at large, the uncommitted peoples have come to doubt the ability of our nation to lead toward a better life for all. This is because the Republicans have demonstrated once again that when they hold the power to do so, they will operate the American government at the executive level as a court-appointed attorney who would operate a failing business firm. In these 1960 elections, we have a very simple choice. We as Americans can vote to continue the management of our nation as a spiritual bankrupt, or we can vote for a triumphant return to bold and daring leadership. Looking at the record, we believe the election of Mr. Kennedy will shout affirmation to the people of America and to the nations of the world. The November election is a real test. It is the measure of our democratic faith. And may I conclude by touching upon one of the issues which has been brought to the front in this campaign, and that's the religious issue. I am a Baptist myself. I think I'm an active one. I attend church most every Sunday. As a matter of fact, I was last week or so just happened to notice my 5 Sundays in the last year, and those because of business out of the state usually, meetings perhaps such as this, that I wasn't there. So I think that I can say something about the position of some of my good fellow Baptists, and not to condemn them, but in sympathy for them, because I think they're wrong. I still think that they have the right to speak out on it. As a matter of fact, there are too few times, I think, that our religious leaders do speak out. We know that on many occasions we welcome their support. For instance, we right now are distributing and have distributed in number the position of the church in the right to work fight, which we favor. So I don't condemn the honest, sincere leader who speaks out from conviction. I do condemn those who speak out because they are misled in ignorance by those who are, for political expediency or for selfish purpose, are camouflaging the real issues in this campaign by bringing up and injecting the beliefs of Mr. Kennedy in this campaign. I'm sure that there are none of us who can recall anyone who in the service of their country were questioned as to what their religious beliefs were. Now, Mr. Kennedy was a commander in the services, and I'm sure that likewise his religion was not questioned as to his ability to command men. Likewise, I do not believe it proper for us, or any of us, or any group of us, to seek to deny the job of the presidency of the United States to any man because of his religious beliefs. Our country was founded on one of the principles, at least, upon which it was founded, was that of belief in and practice of religious freedom. I do not believe that we can conscientiously practice religious freedom if we engage in some of the things that we see going on about us today. As I have said privately and publicly on some occasions, we either believe in religious freedom or we don't. So, I would ask my good Baptist friends and those whom I talk to put this issue in the proper perspective. Now, if by conviction they have to vote against Mr. Kennedy or anyone else because of their religion, all right, but don't be misled. And let's practice what we preach. That is religious freedom. Let's do it that way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brother Daniel. We have any other discussion? We would certainly like to get as much discussion as possible here this morning. Because of the tremendous job we're faced with, we made an attempt to pinpoint some of the issues in this resolution in order to give you some of the tools to work with when you go back into your various groups. How's that? If this resolution is adopted, you will be certainly free to distribute it amongst your membership, and we'll certainly be glad to make copies of it available if you think it'll serve any purpose. And of course, we can make it available to the press. I don't know what they'll do with it. Incidentally, we had allowed a couple of them in here this morning. We told them we didn't have any secrets, that we was perfectly willing for anybody here in the state of Mississippi to know what our position was on this serious question. They have since left. They're not here now, of course. But we will be glad to make the resolution available if you think it'll assist you. Brother Bowers.
Mr. Chairman, Bert Bowers, Executive Board member. Mr. Chairman, brothers and sisters, in line with the brother's question, what is to be done with the resolution if it's passed, I would like to make just these few remarks. Too often I've come to our Labor Council meetings and we have adopted resolutions of one form or another, and I have asked some of my fellow trade unionists what they did with those resolutions. Did they take them back to their membership? Did they read them to their membership? Did they get a discussion on them from their membership? What was done? Oh, no, they don't want to hear that stuff at the union meeting. I just sidetracked them. Now, that's the wrong attitude, and if we do pass this resolution, and I firmly think we should, mainly because in the resolution it points out certain things that have taken place under the Republican administration for the past 8 years. If we're satisfied with that, then of course we can vote for Richard Nixon. I don't believe any of us are satisfied, and if we aren't, then we must vote for Senator John Kennedy. Of course, I'm a Democrat. I couldn't vote Republican. If I did, I'd say I was a Republican. I wouldn't say I was an independent Democrat. If I voted Republican this time, I'd say I was a Republican, and if I changed the next election and went back to the Democrats, I'd say I was a Democrat. I believe in saying what you are. By their fruits you shall know them, so the Bible says, and if you're going to vote Republican, certainly you've got to be a Republican. I would like to say that if this is passed, that not only should we feel free to take it back to our membership, we should feel compelled to take it back to our membership and discuss it with our membership, get action by our membership on it, and take any further action that we deem necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Bowers. Brother McGee, let you have it next, Otis. Brother McGee.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this delegation, I'm a member of the Vicksburg Junior Chamber of Commerce, and it surprises me and makes me just mad as heck to see that a month ago that they had a Dixie Institute in this same room here, and we had to beg to get a seat to come in here, to sit down and listen to the managers of this hotel welcome the Junior Chamber of Commerce, and to sit here and listen to politicians talk to us and tell us the issues that we were vitally concerned about. Me not being the only CWA member here, I had to just get up and leave for a little while. Because the Junior Chamber of Commerce is a subsidiary of the Senior Chamber of Commerce, and I belong to that organization, and they begged and pleaded. The people from Tennessee were down here, Florida, Alabama, and Louisiana. The people from Tennessee, it was after the recent election up there, and Keith Hoffer got elected. I was the chairman of the staging committee of the Mississippi pageant, and Miss Tennessee came in down there and said, I want to practice my routine a little bit. All right, we were very glad to see Miss Tennessee. Yay for the election. We're glad he won. Did you, and I asked her, y'all didn't have enough pills to give them people to give them the vote the other way? Oh, we lost. We didn't win. Well, I'm sorry. We thought y'all won. But that's beside the point. The Junior Chamber of Commerce, and that goes to all the people in this meeting today. They have got a campaign going now that wants everybody, from the people that dig ditches to the people that are in the highest esteem of any office, to belong to the Junior Chamber of Commerce. Why? It's a political organization, that's why. They want you and they want I. And they have stopped talking too much about the union people over in Vicksburg because there's 3 of us over there that belong to the union that have called a hand a couple of times and said, look, I belong to the union. When you talk about the union, you're talking about me. And if we stand here and if we sit here and do like we done during the right to work law or during the Barnett campaign, if we sit here and do the same thing, we won't see Kennedy for president. We'll go down here this afternoon and listen to Brother Richard Tricky Dicky Nixon make his good spiel for the people of the state of Mississippi, if it's good. And I think if those 2 gentlemen from the AFL-CIO, the directors up there, whatever, Brother Williams and Brother Powell, bless their heart, they know what the story is. And we go back home, we sit it back down on a good, soft, easy chair and do just like I most probably will do, and the majority of the rest of the people in here, and say, well, if he's elected, what's it going to do me? What good am I going to get out of it? And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you this one thing. Because I belong to the Junior Chamber of Commerce, that is an organization of organizations. We have got to do something. Because it is young progressive men that belong to that organization. They have the money and they have the time. And if you don't believe they'll spend the money and spend the time, you just come to one of the institutes that's going to be conducted in any part of the state and see what they're talking about. They're not talking about the people that work for a living. They're talking about money. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Brother Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegates to this convention, I rise in support of this resolution, and in addition would like to go on record for the union that I represent. I'm Otis Doggett, Area Director for the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. And because some newspaper articles have more or less indicated that labor leaders in Mississippi were not supporting the Democratic slate, Kennedy Johnson, I want it to be a matter of record in Mississippi that the Amalgamated Clothing Workers is wholeheartedly for the Democratic slate, Kennedy Johnson. Now, certainly we're not attempting to tell the membership of our union as to how they vote. We certainly present them with the facts and let them make up their own mind. I'm reminded of a joke Brother Crowell used to tell about the guy that was inducted into service. He was drafted into the Army. He was carried to the induction center to train for fighting. Day by day, he'd tell his sergeant, "Sergeant, you may train me to fight, but I'm not going to fight." And he just resented any kind of training they tried to give him, and he continued to tell them that he wasn't going to fight regardless of the amount of training they might give him. And finally, the old sergeant got tired of his belly aching. And one day he told him, he said, "Listen, soldier, tell you what we're going to do. We're going to teach you how to fight. And we're going to take you over there and drop you down where the fighting's going on. And you can make up your own damn mind as to what you do." We're going to present the facts to our people. We're going to let them make up their own mind. But I feel like there's a tremendous job to be done. We're not only going to have to talk to our people, our members, we're going to have to talk to our neighbors, our church members, and everybody, because everybody's concerned. Brother Starnes so well said, it's bread and butter. And I think we in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers realize what's at stake, and we want to promise you our support in any way that you feel like you might need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. Brother Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, you heard Mr. Powell and these other people make comparisons between the two slates of candidates and the two parties. You have heard how that we think that the Republicans are attempting to work along, that is the States Riders Group, to work along with the Republicans, which will detract and subtract from the strength of the Democratic movement in the state of Mississippi. I've just handed a note just a few minutes ago to this effect that will bear out somewhat that contention. Now, just a few blocks from where we are standing right now, there is going on a small operation which is not of major importance but is a significant event. That is the construction of a temporary meeting place or seating arrangements and a platform from which the candidate for the Republicans will make his address sometime this afternoon. You have heard that our governor left the state in order not to be present at that meeting, but we have reason to believe that he's in high sympathy with the aims and the ambitions of that party. Of course, you know the position of your governor as far as Citizens Council, states' rights, and all that sort of thing is concerned. Now, this note that was handed to me just a few minutes ago by an international representative and a business agent of one of the building trades crafts of Jackson, Mississippi, who ought to know, tells me that this temporary arrangement up there is being contracted by a colored, non-union contractor. That's what I wanted to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Taylor. Do we have any other discussion on the resolution? I would like to point out just a couple of things in connection with this resolution myself before it's adopted, because I think it's pertinent. We've heard comparisons of voting records and, to a certain extent, comparison of candidates. I'd like to discuss for just a few minutes and make a comparison of the two candidates themselves. I'd like to refer to the whereas of the resolution in regards to a study of Tricky Dick's record. I'd like to ask you how many of you recall in the early days of the 1952 campaign the infamous speech that Nixon made before the people of the United States in defense of the exposed campaign fund that was provided to him by a group of wealthy people from the state of California. How many people sitting in this room here today recall that speech and saw it? Raise up your hand, will you please? But it seems that we have quite a few people here today that doesn't recall or didn't see that speech, and possibly it might serve a great purpose here this morning if we spent just a few minutes upon this man, Richard Nixon, and exposed him for what he really is, because I think it's tremendously important. Actually, I think that this religious question that is being injected into this campaign, and in order to camouflage the real issues, is placed there in order to keep the spotlight of public opinion away from Nixon's private record, if you please. I think this is part of the overall scheme. I think that this religious bigotry can be traced directly to the doors of the National Republican Party. That's my opinion on that. Now, Richard Nixon had served in the Senate of the United States 2 years prior to receiving the nomination at the Republican convention for vice president on the Republican Party's ticket with Dwight Eisenhower his first time around. In the early days of that campaign, a newspaperman received, as a result of a disgruntled contributor to this campaign fund, a tip that such a fund existed, and he took it upon himself to investigate this private kitty of Richard Tricky Dick Nixon. And this is what he found. He found not only that Nixon was elected to the House of Representatives the first time around by answering an advertisement in a newspaper placed there by a group of businessmen that wanted to defeat that great liberal Jerry Voorhis. He not only found out that this had happened, but he found that after he had entered the United States Senate, that these people had got themselves together and decided to subsidize Nixon's salary while he was a member of the United States Senate. And they contributed $850 each month for the 2-year period that he was in the United States Senate to his personal bank account. A total of $18,000 and some dollars was contributed in all. I think that this matter is of vital importance to the American people. I think we should put this before the people, not only the members of our trade union, but to the people of this state and of this nation. They should not be allowed to forget that a special group of people in the United States were able, if you please, to own a United States senator and then be able to manipulate that man into a position of running for the presidency of this great nation of ours. And frankly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most important issues before the American people today. Brother Powell has spoke to you concerning the Harding administration and the Teapot Dome scandal, where the wealthy, the vested interests of this nation, were allowed to gut the national resources of this great nation of ours. These are the same people that are now attempting to elect another one of these kind to the presidency of this United States. And I say it's a crying shame. One of the worst things that can happen to this nation of ours is, again, to allow such a person to occupy the White House. And I'd like to appeal to you. Let's make these facts known to our people. Let's don't let them forget it. The fact that these people were able to control Nixon certainly has a great bearing upon his voting record. Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion on the resolution? Are you ready for the question? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by the same sign. Motion carried and so ordered. Now we have also, since you've adopted the resolution, we feel that we should also attempt to get ourselves together, to organize ourselves a little bit, if you please, in order to work in this campaign. Now, Brother Knight and myself have associated ourselves very closely with the loyal faction, the loyal Democrats of Mississippi, and attempting to get some kind of an organization set up and on the way. All of you realize, I'm sure, that the party machinery in our state has practically been taken over by this so-called independent, unpledged outfit. Therefore, the problem of organization is important. The loyal faction does not have any money. Some $8,000 to $10,000 is in the treasury of the party organization. But by virtue of the fact that the independents, the Republicans, if you please, are in control of the party machinery, that money is not immediately available. It's necessary that we attempt to assist these people in trying to raise some funds to finance the campaign with. They're in bad need of help of all kinds. They need some people to assist around headquarters, stuffing envelopes, typing letters, getting stuffing out, things of that kind. We're going to have to attempt in the next few weeks to set up an organization on a statewide basis. These people are looking to us, believe it or not. This is one time that our labor movement is in a wonderful position. We can gain more prestige in the next few weeks in the state of Mississippi. We can get a lot of these people off our back that have been riding us for so long by coming through and doing a real job in this state of ours this time. There's a lot more at stake in the state of Mississippi today than the election of the President of the United States. Certainly that in itself is the most important issue before us. But also we have involved, and this campaign going on in this state, a campaign for the governor of the state of Mississippi 3 years hence. Let's don't forget that. So at this time, I'd like to call upon Vice President Holloway to place before you the board's recommendations in regards to assisting these people as we think should be done. Brother Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, in discussing the resolution, there was quite a bit said about what are we going to do if we adopt the resolution. The very last sentence of the resolution states that we will work diligently for the election of the Democrat Party's nominees. Of course, the Executive Board knew of the situation, as Brother Ramsey brought it to you, of the need here in Mississippi now of the loyal Democrats for funds. We now have an opportunity to do something right now about using this resolution or putting it into action. And that is, do as has been suggested, set up a committee and the necessary organization for assisting the loyal Democrats in obtaining these much-needed funds. I'm sure most of you have seen the sentence that the people who practice typing have used so much over and over. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party. Certainly in Mississippi, at this time, that is true. More true than any time that I have ever seen. Now there is, over the state, in some local committees, county committees, and some of the Democrat organizations, some of the Democrat machinery, we have some loyal Democrats, or we have loyal Democrats in the driver's seat in those localities. Certainly we don't have as many as we'd like to see. Also, there is a central headquarters of loyal Democrats here in Jackson. What it seems to us on the executive board would be a good way to go into this would be where we do have in localities at home, different sections of the state, that we can cooperate with the local loyal Democrats in the raising of funds, that we do it in cooperation with them, turning the funds over to them, because they'll all come to the state headquarters anyway and be used in this campaign for the election of these nominees of the Democrat Party, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Johnson. However, we would, if we go into it in that way, want it to be reported to a central group in our state AFL-CIO council as to how much we were instrumental in raising. So I would like to make a motion that we do set up an organization for assisting the loyal Democrats in raising these much-needed funds for carrying on this campaign, both on the state level and on a local level, wherever we see that we can do the most good. Of course, one reason we mention the local level is because we can get a lot of good local recognition also by working with the local loyal Democrats wherever we live. So with that, I would like to leave, Mr. Chairman, make you the motion that we set up that organization for going to work in this matter of raising funds.
You've heard the motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second that we set up an organization to assist the loyal Democrats in their fundraising efforts, and I presume also other activities as well. We having a discussion on that motion? Brother Smith.
Claude, I wonder how many delegates we have here, how many people that are Democratic delegates from their own community. I was a Democratic delegate from down in Pike County. Now, I was just wondering how many men here might be delegates.
Talking about on the county committee.
Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, true Democrat.
I know what you mean. You mean that we're elected delegates to the county conventions?
That's right.
Yes. You want
Now,
to find out?
we have some people out over this state that are still Democrats.
Right.
And what I was wondering, are we going to work this through our unions, through our Mississippi Labor Council, through our local unions, and then let our money come back into the headquarters and be distributed back out to the Democratic committees?
This would be the way it would operate if you adopt this motion, and it might be well we find out how many committee members we have present. I know of several. If this motion is adopted, the motion's request or recommends that our people work through the Democratic organizations that are working for the election of Kennedy and Johnson and a matter of raising funds and other activities as well. But due to the fact that the party organizations have been taken over in various parts of the state and in the county by the Bolton outfit, then it becomes necessary that we attempt to have a central organization to try to work and get something going in those counties. Does that answer your question, Brother Smith? Now, if you work locally and assist these people, then just as a matter of record, so we would be able to know how successful we'd been, we'd like for a report to be made into our state headquarters. That's all. That's all that's involved there. Does that answer your question? How many delegates or how many Democratic committeemen do we have present? We're elected in precinct elections and on county committees. Raise up your hand here. We need to know how many we got. I see several hands raised. Brother Barnes over there. I see several more back here. We're all delegates to the convention. Certainly Brother Holloway and myself, I might say, on the executive committee of Jackson County. Brother Smith, I know, is likewise, so we're not doing too bad, but just need more of that. Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Brother Sims? I understand that they will, Brother Sims, that, of course, this is being handled by the manager, or Miss Hawkins over here, 206 Capitol Street, right up almost across from the King Edward Hotel, and we have his phone number here, don't we? We'll give you his phone number and all that information before you get away from him. Any other discussion? Brother Beckham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to know if the Mississippi Labor Council is going to have anyone available in the various districts to go before the local unions of this state. Looking over the hall, there are not too many local unions represented here, especially here in Jackson. It's rather shameful of having as many local unions in and around Jackson that we do have, and no more people here than they are. And it's a bad situation. Now, there are a lot of locals that will not get this message without the State Labor Council takes it on their self to advertise it at various local unions. I wonder what step has been taken towards that.
Yes, we will make you a proposition along those lines after we dispose of this motion. We have any other discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I have discussed this proposition visualizing naturally that possibly he would act in this direction, and sought out a young man to head this organization up. And he's agreed to handle it, and we find ourselves in this position. First, I want to explain the reason why we're not handling it through the state office. As all of you know, we have these workshops that we're putting on in 14 different areas of the state beginning Monday night in Pascagoula, which is going to take Brother Knight and myself out of the office for 6 days a week until the first week in October. Therefore, I feel that it's necessary to have someone here in Jackson that's available and that can do the job that you can contact without too much difficulty. And I've asked Brother Bill Stanley of the CWA if he would head up this organization as our part of as Labor's part in this campaign, and he's agreed to do so. So at this time, I'd like now to ask Bill, as chairman of our Dollars for Democrats drive and what have you, if he'd like to say something. Bill, you've been appointed, son.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Executive Board members, distinguished visitors, fellow trade unionists in Mississippi. Later, in the latter part of the week, Claude and Tom came to me and asked me would I, due to the fact that they're going to be out of the city conducting these schools, be a clearinghouse or chairman of a committee to raise dollars for Democrats, loyal Democrats in Mississippi, and trying to do everything I can to improve the economic welfare of the citizens of Mississippi. I was most happy to accept and do what we can with our organization in trying to raise dollars. He also told me that I could say a few words at this meeting, and that was a mistake on his part, because I can't say a few words. And we've had all kind of distinguished speakers giving you all of the reasons, both statistical, emotional, why we should be loyal Democrats in Mississippi, and of some of the problems that are confronting us today. And to me, there's just a few simple things that we could just look back. And unfortunately, in my opinion, many of the people today in Mississippi, in this nation, and most particularly in the trade union movement, fall into the category that I call they are of little faith and short of memory. They don't remember. We've got people in the trade union movement today that don't remember when we had a Hoover. They don't remember when we had soup lines. They don't remember when we had people hungry. We had people barefooted. I can remember back as we were coming out of the Depression, and I have a heck of a time convincing this to my daughter. I can remember when my father had a real good paying job. He was superintendent on a big construction job. He made $30 a week. And yet we can't get people to go to work today for that. We got people who can't remember that what economic development we have in the South today came about during the Roosevelt and the Truman administration, and there hasn't been one thing done toward the economic development of the South and Mississippi since 1952. We've had people talking about high interest rates, and that hits right home to us. I want to buy a house today.
but I can't afford to buy a house and pay a little over 6% interest on that house. Did you know that a 7.5 room house in 1951 that you would buy, if you bought the house today with no increase in the cost of labor or the cost of materials, just the interest cost alone on buying that house would cost you a little over $4,000 over a 30-year loan? That's over a year's salary for most of us that's been taken away in 8 years by the Republican administration. And do we want to put that bunch back in office? I say no. You've said no here today, but what are we going to do about it? One other thing I'd like to say, and you hear a lot of talk about this, that Tricky Dick has had experience dealing with Khrushchev. We no longer have foreign policy in this country. If we ever had any foreign policy during the Eisenhower administration, it's gone to pot. The prestige of the President of the United States of America, the prestige of this country has dropped tremendously. And yet we want to put a Republican back in office because of the foreign policy, because he could shake his finger in Khrushchev's face while they were at the U.S. exposition in Moscow. Well, to me, that's kind of a joke. And even Mr. Republican himself, the illustrious Barry Goldwater from Arizona, who's coming back to Mississippi again, he even said within the last 2 weeks, how can Nixon deal with Khrushchev when he couldn't even deal with Rockefeller? Dollars for Democrats. Dollars for good government. We need them. Not only do we need the votes of the people of Mississippi, we need money to finance it. As you've been told, what little money there is tied up and we can't get our hands on it. Less than $10,000 that the senior Democrats have got tied up. So we've got to raise it. Television today is telling you to give voluntarily to the party of your choice. You've indicated here today that you are loyal Democrats, and the party of your choice is the one that's led by Kennedy and Johnson. So give. You've been asked to give as you come in the door. We're going to be asking you, and I will be asking you, to ask your fellow workers back home, to ask your neighbors, ask the people in your church, ask your friends. I even yesterday went over in the Southern Bell's ivory tower and asked that bunch of Republicans to give dollars for Democrats, all in vain, but I had a lot of fun. Do the same thing. The big money people, the big mules in Mississippi, you know where they're at. They're either in the Republican fold or they are misguided individuals, don't know where in the devil they're going, following Ross Barnett. And that's where the money's at. So we've got to go to the little people, and thank God we're part of the little people. We've got to go to the little people and ask them to give $5, $10 toward good government, toward the election of the party that will do something for Mississippi. I have here some books. It's called Dollars for Democrats. There was a drive put on in this country, everywhere except in Mississippi, between September the 9th and September the 19th, door-to-door campaign asking the people to give $1 to Democrats. Well, they give us some of those coupon books. We finally were late getting them. The trade union movement had to push this effort in the state. I've got about 35, 40 books over there that I'd like to pass out to someone, some of you people, after this meeting's over, so that you can go back home and start tomorrow after Sunday school collecting dollars for Democrats. I would like to say this to you.
that under federal statute that you are familiar with, anytime you've been involved in a COPE campaign, it's not legal for a local union to take money out of their treasurer and contribute to this fund. It cannot be used. It would be a violation of the Taft-Hartley law. By the same token, it would be a violation of the law if a corporation did it in this manner. They've got other ways they do it. I don't think you're going to be having any corporation give to you. The way I think you're going to be able to collect the money is through a determined effort after you eat supper at night, is to get out and visit in your neighborhood, make house calls, ask the people, tell them money is needed, ask them to contribute $1, $5, $10, whatever they can give. Further, some of these men in your unions can get out at a busy thoroughfare on Saturday afternoon or Friday night, Sunday morning, anytime they have the time and will do it, at a traffic light. The traffic light's going to stop a lot of people. Ask them to give dollars for Democrats, dollars for good government. That's one way we can collect money. The March of Dimes, the JCs do it. You can paint a car up, and I've got an old wreck out at my house. All it's good for, I've got it set in front of my house with Kennedy stickers all over it. I can't put a sign up in my front yard. My neighbors run me off, but they can't do a thing about that car parked out there. So paint you up a car and get out at some of these busy shopping centers on Saturday afternoon. Collect dollars for Democrats. And you can do it on the job. Now, any money that you're collected, like we've collected money back here today, something in the neighborhood of $80, we got it in cash. We don't want to be turning cash over to those people, and I'm going to tell you how to make your checks and how to make your money orders. The funds or the accounts that they have set up are in the name of the Kennedy Johnson Campaign Fund. Kennedy Johnson Campaign Fund. As I understand from the resolution that was passed here by this body, we would like for this to be coordinated in those places where we have an active Central Labor Union through that group, so you can get local recognition and let them know what the trade union movement is doing in that locality. Is that right, Brother Ramsey? Those locations where you do not coordinate your activities and contribute your money that you have collected for the loyal Democrats through a Central Labor Union into the county organization that's set up for the Kennedy Johnson ticket, you can mail those payments to me. And my address, and I'll give it to you in full, is W.O. Stanley, CWA, 205 Atkinson, Addkison building, Jackson, Mississippi. If you do not coordinate your activities through your local Central Labor Union, or if you're in a location where there is not a local Central Labor Union, and you participate, and I hope that you do, in this fundraising campaign, make your checks or money orders payable to the Kennedy Johnson Campaign Fund and mail them to me, W.O. Stanley, Communications Workers of America, 205 Atkinson Building, Jackson, Mississippi. Daily, as I receive money, I will be turning it over to the Kennedy Johnson headquarters here in Jackson, and we will try to see that, to the best of our ability, that they are spending the money in a wise and a useful way. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I know that this group will be out beating the bushes, not only getting votes, but getting dollars for Democrats. At the conclusion of the meeting, I will be on the platform. Those of you that can, I would like for you to come by and pick up some books. I would like to assign them out to you so where I'll know where the books are at. and we'll get this campaign on the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Stanley. Question was raised about the address and the telephone number of the headquarters building over here. I gave you the address. If you would like to write down the telephone number, I'd also like to pass that on to you at this time. Telephone number is Fleetwood 2-3116. Those of you that would like to have that information. Fleetwood 2-3116. The campaign manager, his name is Armis Hawkins, former district attorney and also a candidate for lieutenant governor in last year's election. His name, it's ARMISHWKINS. And he'll be more than glad to have you drop around, offer your services in any way that you can. They're crying for help over there at the headquarters. In connection with Brother Stanley's job, might be well to point out that when you mail your checks in, also to send the stubs of the books with them, because this is important also. Now, the question was raised earlier here about speakers to appear before local union meetings. The executive board considered that possibility this morning, and we would like to set up more or less a speaker's bureau of trade union members for this purpose. And upon the request of a local union, one of these people would be assigned to go in and discuss the issues involved in this election at a local union meeting. We are making the executive board members themselves available for this project. We'd also like to request volunteers, possibly from some of our international representatives, and place them at your disposal also. Do we have any international representatives that would like to volunteer for this service? We have several in the hall. Would you stand up and give us your name and where you can be located, please? Yes, let's give it out and give where you can be reached, where they'll have time to let the secretary write it down, and possibly some of the people here might also want to write it down.
Lakeview Motel.
Speak into the mic, will you please?
Everett Knatzer, K-A-N-A-T-Z-A-R, Lakeview Motel, Highway 80 East, Jackson, Mississippi. And I am available as long as I'm in the area, with the understanding I may be called at any moment, though, to leave the state for other duties with the organization.
All right, you got that, Tom. Of course, we know where to get him at. We'll make a record of that ourselves. Brother Knatzer, incidentally, is a representative for the United Glass and Ceramic Workers International Union. They have just recently been successful after several years of ordeal and won an election out here at the Jackson Tile Company. All right, do we have any other representatives? Brother Stanley?
Brother Ramsey, even though I don't think I'll have time, I'm afraid I'm going to be too busy counting dollars for Democrats that these folks are going to raise, but I'll be happy to make any engagement that the council could use me on.
Good. Brother Barnes?
Mr. Chairman, sometimes we overlook some of the men who don't travel over the state, who are not international representatives, but they're just working men.
Yes.
I was called on a while back to go to another union and speak, and they had another speaker over there. And I want to put him up here before you so you can see him and you can call on him. Because this man understands the problem of the working man. He understands the union problem, and he knows how to reconcile the differences of it, too. I hadn't found him until just a while ago.
Who you have in mind, Brother Barnes?
This fellow right here.
Brother Sam Stark?
No, thank you.
You talking about Sam or Brother Ball over there?
Get up. There he is. See how
Brother Ball is the business agent for the IBEW local in Gulfport. Brother Ball, are you volunteering at Brother Barnes' request?
He drafted me.
He drafted you?
I'll serve to the best of my ability in any way possible.
Would you give us your address and where you can be reached? You could be available in the Gulfport, Biloxi area, I imagine.
Yes, sir. I have the office number is UN 39881. My home address, phone number is UN 39736. Post office box 836.
All right.
Gulfport.
Fine. We will make a list of that. We'll send this information out by letter.
This is quite a surprise to me. I'm just young at this business manager. I relieved Lon Gilstrap last October. I'll soon be a year old here in this.
Thank you, sir. We have any other volunteers now take on this task that would like to make themselves available in the event that we're called upon? Otis, I presume that you'll be doing what you can with your immediate group, and I feel that the staff of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers would volunteer if we called upon them in a specific area, would they not? To any local outside of the Amalgamated. All right, fine. That applies for you too, I guess, Lonnie, the CWA. How about it, Brother Fritz? I haven't heard anything out of you yet. Well, what I mean, you would be willing if occasion arose. Do we have anyone else now? How about it, Touchstone? I see you back there. I haven't heard a word out of you either. Well, you might do a little sabotage work over around Meridian and the Republicans in your spare time. We have any other volunteers? There's Brother Huff, president of the central body down at Natchez.
I'll volunteer to work around Natchez. I'm pretty busy down there. You can get me at 218-930-5241 or go in and have a
All right, fine. Brother Huff at Natchez down in Adams County area. Place we need to do some work, I understand. Tell me the Republicans are quite busy down there. We have anyone else? We will compile a list of these people that can be had to perform this task. If any of you have local unions, or if we have any locals that feel that they have some people that need talking to. Now, Brother Knight, I'd like to ask him at this time to explain to you the workshops we're getting ready to put on. And it might be well for me to mention to you that we have provided time in these workshops to discuss the issues of this campaign. We'd like to urge you to get as many people out to participate in these workshops, not just as a matter of receiving some sort of an education or be enlightened a little bit in regards to the necessity of political action, but by attending these sessions, they will also receive some information concerning this campaign. Brother Knight, would you like to go into that? Okay, Bill, just a minute, Tom.
Claude, I've heard several questions from some of the delegates out here.
All right.
Since there wasn't a printed program. I know that Lonnie is getting hungry, and I wondered about how much longer you think we might be going, or would we have a break and come back for an afternoon session?
We are just about finished. It won't be but just a few minutes unless we get a long-winded speaker that I can't foresee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I assure you that my belt buckle is rubbing the skin off of my spine, so I don't think it'll take but just a few minutes for me to get through. I've never heard any better talks than have been made here this morning. Certainly I can't leave here without putting in my 2 cents worth. I know you're all hungry, seriously speaking, but I would like to go back just a couple of minutes to last year in 1959, here in Jackson, down the street at the Edwards Hotel, when the convention of the Mississippi Committee on Political Education taking a stand in the race for governor and of course the other races in the state, but of course the governor's race drew more publicity than any of the rest of them. If you remember, we taken a stand and made a recommendation against the gentleman who now is stumbling around trying to serve as governor of Mississippi and who so far has completely failed. My friends, I'm proud of the fact that the Mississippi Committee on Political Education taken a position in that race and told the people of this state what they could expect if the Honorable Ross Barnett was elected governor. Now, my friends, we have seen the entire program of the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, the Mississippi Economic Council, enacted in its entirety in the legislature of this state. And we've seen a lot more. We've seen the amendment placing the right-to-work law in the Mississippi Constitution illegally adopted, illegally placed on referendum in this state, and illegally passed and put into the Constitution of this state over the heads of the masses of the people in this state that work for a living. Now, my friends, the chief proponent, the man in the driver's seat, the Honorable Ross Barnett, and I shouldn't call him honorable, but I will allow him that much privilege. The Honorable Ross Barnett is still at his job seeking to misinform and to misrepresent the facts and tell the people of the state of Mississippi that they ought to leave the Democratic Party, that they ought to leave the Republican Party for that matter, and go off with him down the road to nowhere. And do you know why? Let's get serious just a minute. Do you know why Barnett's governor in this state today? Because you and I, as members of the trade union movement, have not seen that our members and families and our neighbors got qualified to vote. Now, if that's not so, then I'll get off of this platform. In connection with that, we've got a job to do. Just make it short and blunt. We've got a job to do if we salvage Mississippi and bring it back into the real Democratic Party. The Republicans are making the strongest bid that they have ever made for votes in Mississippi. This unpledged group are doing the best job of camouflaging the issues of beating the devil around the bush that I have ever known in my 40 years as a citizen of Mississippi, which is all my life. I have never in my life seen so much demagoguery going on as it goes in this state today. I said that to say this, that we have got a job to do. It's too late now to try to qualify our people to vote in this particular election, which is less than 60 days away. But my friends, we have got to begin now, and we are too late at that, trying to make our people politically conscious and educate them politically and get them to pay their poll tax and register in order that we can do the job in 1963 that should be done and bring Mississippi out of the woods and put it back on the map. Now, that's just as simple as I know how to say it. I want to mention this. I can't leave here without mentioning this young squirt's name. Not that he deserves that, but certainly he's found popping off at the mouth on every question. He's found on every side of every fence. He's found on every side of every wall and with every group that will allow him to get with them. And I'm talking about this squirt from Clarksdale that's not dry behind the ears, who got out here and accidentally made a pretty good showing in the race for governor last year, none other than Charlie Boy Sullivan. You know what they're trying to do with him? Now, you might think I'm getting off of the subject, but let me tell you something. There's something else that's not on the surface in this thing. Ross Barnett and Walter Sillers and some more of these fellas are trying right now to prime Charlie Sullivan up and make him the next governor of Mississippi. And my friends, it's mandatory that that don't happen. Now, if we are to do this job, we've got to get about the business. and I being the director of the Committee on Political Education, I feel like that you people expect of me to give all my time and my talent, what I have, in trying to go about the business of political education in Mississippi. And that's exactly what I've been trying to do and what I'm going to continue to try to do. Now, without going any further, I want to briefly, I know all of you have received your notice of this. If you hadn't, well then certainly there's something wrong with the mail, because we have made an effort to get it out to you, the schedule of the workshops in political education. On August 10th, a letter dated August 10th from me, all local unions, building trades councils, and central labor unions, Mississippi. In other words, we mailed 765 pieces of mail. That was the official notification of the workshops. And on September 14th, along with your notice of this meeting here, you received a reminder. Now, just briefly, let me go over this. Beginning Monday in Pascagoula, we will be there Monday and Tuesday, September 26th and 27th at IBEW Hall. Gulfport, Biloxi, Wednesday and Thursday, September 28th and 29th, and incidentally, there's been a change in place there, our meeting place. It was originally scheduled for the Gulf National Bank building in Gulfport. Had a letter from the gentleman there, and he told me that his building would not be available. To his regret, he had taken it on himself to reserve the United Gas Auditorium in Gulfport for those 2 nights. And we immediately mailed letters to the locals in the Gulfport, Biloxi area of this change. So will you please remember that it will be at the United Gas Auditorium in Gulfport, Wednesday night and Thursday night, September 28th and 29th. Then on Friday night and Saturday morning, September 30th and October 1st, we move to Hattiesburg. It will be at the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Hall. On Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th, in Laurel at the Woodworkers Hall. Wednesday and Thursday, the 5th and 6th, in Macomb at the International Lady Garment Workers Hall. On Friday night and Saturday morning, October 7th and 8th, Rubber Workers Hall in Natchez. On Monday and Tuesday, October 10th and 11th, YMCA in Vicksburg. On Wednesday and Thursday, October 12th and 13th, Rubber Workers Hall here in Jackson. On Friday night and Saturday morning, October 14th and 15th, in the Magnolia Room of the Lamar Hotel in Meridian. On Monday and Tuesday, October 17th and 18th, at the IBEW Hall in Corinth. On Wednesday and Thursday, October 19 and 20, at the Carpenters Hall in Tupelo. On Friday night and Saturday morning, October 21st and 22nd, at the Carpenters Hall in Columbus. Monday night and Tuesday night, October 24th and 25th, at the courthouse in Clarksdale. Wednesday night and Thursday night, October 26th and 27th, at the courthouse in Greenville. And again, let me remind you of the fact that where we are on Friday and Saturday, we will meet the usual hour on Friday night from 7 till 10 and come back Saturday morning from 9 till 12. For this reason, we know that particularly for the lady members of the labor movement that it is extremely inconvenient for those people to come out on Saturday. Those at work have household chores to do, and we realize that. So certainly, we hope that you will bear with us and come out on Saturday morning in order that we might finish at 12 o'clock. So please, all of you here today, carry it back to your locals, your central bodies, your building trades councils, and scatter the word around for those that might have forgotten it or let it slip their mind. We do hope that we will have a good attendance and participation on the part of every organization in each of the 14 areas. We have kits and manuals for you. We hope will be extremely valuable. We have films, and certainly you're going to get to look at nice-looking men like Claude Ramsey and Dan Powell. Of course, I'll be there too. Now, in connection with the material that we have available in the back of the room, which is in certainly a limited quantity, we've been pulling our hair out, so to speak, trying to get literature for you people today to have to carry to your various organizations. Now, if we are to do a job, an effective job, we've talked about the issues in this campaign, talked about the finances. Certainly, we need the material to let people see who we are for and all about it. And we have a limited amount of this in the back of the hall. Of course, we have the buttons with John Kennedy's picture on them. And we have, incidentally, we have ordered some lapel pins with John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson's picture on it. And it says it's the kind that changes its wording as you change with the light. One wording in it says all the way, the other says JFKLBJ, which is the two fellas' initials. And they are very attractive, and we hope to have them in a few days. And incidentally, we will have from time to time in the various locations where we are with the workshops, we will try to have with us additional material and literature in this campaign in order that you will have it, in addition to what we have here today. We have the windshield window sticker with John Kennedy's picture on it. We have two bumper stickers here that we had made here with the word Democratic. We felt was necessary due to the fact the word Democratic has been so loosely used and so abused here in Mississippi. So we have the word Democratic along with the name of Senator Kennedy and Senator Johnson. Vote Democratic, Kennedy and Johnson in two colors. Then we have this Kennedy for president with his picture on it, bumper sticker. And then we have a very few of these large pictures of Senator Kennedy, leadership for the 60s. And now you have heard so ably discussed here today the record, the bare facts, so to speak, about the record, what these two men have done. Not what they're going to do, but what they have done. We have the voting record of John Kennedy and Richard Nixon here. We have these back there in a fairly large quantity. Now, we do hope that you people will take as many of these as you think you can dispose of with you. And, of course, we feel that if necessary, we can possibly get some more printed. We hope that we will have extra bumper stickers and buttons from time to time. As I said a moment ago, we will have all that is available to us of the various type literature with us in the workshop. So I want you people to feel free today, as you leave, to stop back there and take what you think that you can effectively distribute of this stuff. Certainly we don't want it, we want you to have an ample supply. We don't have too much, but that you feel that you can distribute or get in the hands of those who will distribute, certainly it's here for you. I thank you.
I think proper thing to do is to get him hungry. I believe he's more effective that way. Brother Clark would like to take just a minute of your time.
I haven't heard it expressed here today, but from the officers of the State Labor Council, I'd like to express my appreciation for the work y'all done on this recent Right to Work campaign. I think it was tremendous. Of course, we lost. We know we lost 2-1, but I think we were going to lose way more than that. This was accomplished not by Claude, not by myself, not by Tom. There was various ones of us that went on television. We got our pictures in the paper. We were before the television cameras. Frankly, a lot of people have come to us and told us we did a tremendous job, but we didn't. You did it. That is what it's going to take in this campaign, personal contact. You can get dollars, you can get stickers, you can get some of everything, but that personal contact, asking someone to vote for the loyal Democratic ticket, that will be the thing that will accomplish it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dem. Now, we have practically completed the adoption of our program here today. The big job, of course, lies ahead. and it's a tremendous job, but I'm confident that we can do it. And as Jim pointed out to you, let's put our shoulder to the wheel and get on with the job. Do we have any announcements to make? Brother Beckham.
Mr. Chairman, in setting up your speakers for various local unions, I would like, since you have designated two, Brother Holloway and Brother Ball, that one of them be assigned to the Mississippi Electrical Workers October the 15th, when we hold our semi-annual convention in Tupelo.
October the 15th?
October the 15th, that they not be designated to some other area, that they can be with us that day and can bring that program. And I would also like to take this opportunity to extend to all union members within that area to come around and visit with us. We'd be glad to have them.
That's October the 15th.
October the 15th at the Tupelo Hotel in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Fine, and I've just inquired of Brother Holloway if he was going to attend. He said he would. I'd also like to ask Brother Ball, are you going to attend that meeting? Then would certainly like to point both of you, the representatives of this meeting, to assume the responsibility of discussing issues of this campaign. Both of you. If Brother Beckham, as sees fit, should be free to call upon each one of you.
I'd like to have somebody come and speak to our local meeting on October the 14th, the night meeting. It'll be at 7 o'clock.
Brother Stanley says he'll be there, so you got your man.
All right, good.
Any other announcements? Brother Holloway.
Some of us might be a little fuzzy about how we can go about this work on this Dollars for Democrats. We mentioned the local loyal Democrat organizations, and I'm sure, fairly sure, that they will have these books available too, that Brother Stanley has mentioned. So I think it would be well for us, especially those of us who are already active in our Democrat organizations at home, to get the books from there where we need them. And if we're not able to get the books there, Brother Stanley, I'm sure, will be glad to arrange for you get them through the central organization here. In other words, I believe that just these few books that he has is just the starter of what we want to do. And certainly everyone that is ready and willing to work on this Dollars for Democrats job, there's a possibility of you getting all the books that you can use. That's one thing I wanted to be sure and clear up, that we don't want anybody to think, well, I could do that if I could get a book somewhere. I think that can be arranged, can it not, Brother Stanley?
Thank you, Brother Holloway. Do we have any other announcements? Certainly. Brother Stanley says that if you do handle it through your local central body and so forth, that he'd certainly appreciate you letting him know the amount collected and so forth, so he could make it a part of the record. I have made arrangements for the executive board to meet again in Parlor B. We'll have lunch over there. We still have some work to do, and I didn't think we should lose any time. So when we adjourn this meeting, will you please retire to Parlor B again? Do we have any other announcements?
I just want to say that I certainly appreciate the services of the young ladies back there in registering the guests today and taking up of course, this is getting in Brother Stanley's category, but I want to say also that I appreciate their services back there in helping us register the people and taking up the Dollars for Democrats. Thank you.
Certainly, I'm sure that goes for all of us. There's a possibility that in the near future there might that there will be possibly a statewide meeting, loyal Democrats, possibly a dinner meeting or something of that kind. And we would certainly like to request as many of you as possible to attend these meetings, make yourself be known in any way that you can. How's that? Well, we don't know. I say there's a possibility. If we have anything to do with it, we'll hold the price down. It won't be a $100 plate affair. Before we adjourn the meeting, I'd like to warn you people when you leave this meeting to be careful where you walk, because you're liable to be contaminated, because about this time the city of Jackson is going to be pretty well full of Republicans. So be careful as you leave the meeting. Do we have anything else to come before the meeting? If not, the meeting will stand adjourned. Thank you all for coming out. God bless you, and good luck on your way home. The Dollars for Democrats books are available up here, and your literature is in the back. Don't forget it.
Just need the right touch.
Where's the mic?
Anyone else want coffee? That's what I'm talking about. Meeting will please come to order. We are quite possibly going to have to ask you people as to whether or not you can stay over after the big meeting here today for the meeting of the board. How many of you can't be here? I know your problem, Brother Taylor. I understand you've got to get a train. Can the rest of you be here? A meeting after the big meeting, say about 3 o'clock, something like that? Okay, then we...
Think you got them back up here at 3 to 4?
We...
What are you trying to do, cut out Nixon's crowd?
Well, it's just a possibility now that we will possibly have to call you all back in
It'd be all right to
here.
come back at 5, wouldn't it?
5? Well, it's up to y'all. We'll let y'all set the time when it'll be. I didn't think you'd want to get down and get contaminated. Yeah, we'll have to check up on that.
No, personally, I want to be close to that crowd, son. I'd like to get a little feeling of it. I'd like to get an idea of who's there.
All right, gentlemen, we, I want to say, to start with, recognize the fact that due to the shortness of the notice of this meeting, that the possibility of a real good attendance is going to be a little bit slim. Now, the reason that we were not able to give any more notice of this meeting than what we did, we kept waiting around for the loyal Democrats to get the organization set up so we could possibly let you know where we are more than anything else. And we finally decided we'd best go ahead and have a meeting, a statewide meeting. Things beginning to shape up a little bit. And we set the meeting just as far back as possible, because today is the only day that we could have it other than having it around the 1st of November because of our workshops that we're going to start Monday. So today was the latest date we could possibly have this thing without conflicting with those workshops. Now, we had a meeting of the executive officers last night, and we have a program that we'd like to present to you here this morning for this meeting and get your approval of a few things. First, I'd like to say that we've elected to make this meeting open to the press, subject to your approval, of course. Now, the reason for this, the press, a couple of the reporters have contacted me in the last few days wanting to know if this was going to be an open meeting. And I told them that a decision hadn't been made yet as to whether or not it would be open. I've had quite a bit to say about the closed meetings of the unpledged electors and other groups here, and a little bit peeved at the secrecy of the meetings going on. Now, how they found out about this meeting was the fact that Fred Patton, in his paper that he publishes here, published the letter calling the statewide meeting on the front page, and these boys subscribe and get that paper. This is how they found out about the meeting we're having here today, because they referred back to the paper and wanted very much interested in what we're going to do. So last night, we kicked this thing around quite extensively and decided that we didn't have a thing in the world to lose and possibly a lot to gain by just letting them come in and listen to a discussion. The fact that the AFL-CIO has already endorsed the Kennedy-Johnson ticket, I don't think that our actions here will have any more bearing on some of the anti-labor forces than that endorsement did. That's our personal opinion. Now, if you have any objections to having the press here, if the board would like to counteract our decision, then we're going to have to make that decision here now in order that we can call these boys and tell them not to show up here this morning. We told them we'd let them know by 9 o'clock if the board decided we shouldn't have them in the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I personally don't have any objection to it. I just wonder, do we know that our house is in order on this thing? Suppose we get in a meeting out there and we have a lot of dissension among our own people with the press there, what effect is that going to have on us?
Of course, there's a possibility that we might have that. Personally, I don't think we've got any of it. Of course, that's a matter that we have to consider.
Well, there's another thing, actually. At least if they publish that there's some dissension, it should convince someone that we don't control the group, at least from the top level anyway.
Oh, well, they know that already. They publish that every chance they get that we don't control them. They want everybody to know that we don't control them. That's no news to them.
I don't think, though, that we will run into anything out there that we'd be ashamed of being put in the press. No man should ever be ashamed of expressing his honest opinion. No organization should ever be ashamed of the fact that the individual in it has a right to stand on his feet and say what he wants to say.
There's one thing that I would like to see. I don't know what type of attendance we'll have here today. They'll play it up big. I was wondering if it's possible for Doris and Schaefer and one or two more here in Jackson just to get get a few rank and file members, and if nothing else, bring their wives and stuff like that, just to help get a crowd.
We've made an effort to do that. We've had to call the local leadership here in Jackson. The CWA people have been working to get as many of their people out as possible. And I sent out several wires to various people asking them to do what they could to get as many people in here. Of course, again, the shortness of the time, a lot of local unions haven't had a chance to meet, and we recognize the fact that the attendance, there's a possibility that the attendance won't be as good as we'd like to have it. But I feel reasonably sure we'll have a couple of hundred people here.
Well, that was why I was wanting to fill in as much as possible with someone. If they could run up here for a couple of hours, you know, I mean, it wouldn't.
We have had a meeting, elected some delegates.
Would it be possible to move your place of meeting, find some reason to have to move it and get in a smaller room?
Well, I explained to the ones that I've talked to that there's no way to determine how many people we'll have at this meeting.
I know, but we wouldn't want to lose our crowd out there in that large auditorium.
I don't think at this late date, though, that we can get it out of there. I don't know where we'd get them in place.
Well, I'm thinking of the inner room there, just in back here.
We got part of that door up.
Yeah.
I might
add this, Brother Barnes,
last night, when we called the press, we made this statement, that we had called a meeting of the leadership of the various local unions and Central Labor Union, Building Trades Council from over the state. We used the word leadership just in case the crowd wasn't as big as we would like, you see, to make them. We didn't want them to get in with the impression that we had actually called a meeting of every rank and file member that would come.
But your letter stated that, though, and the
Well,
letter's
yeah,
what they're
I mean,
going on.
well, it didn't, it just said that
Statewide.
all Central
Local unions.
Labor Unions, local unions, Building Trades Council were invited to send all the people that they would or could. But anyway, we made that statement to press last night and called a meeting of the leadership, of course.
Well, I made a concerted effort. You talking about inviting people to the meeting? I made a concerted effort in my union and contacted them personally. And I may have one or two here, but I didn't get any response at all. I got some unpledged elector independents over there.
Well, of course, that's, we don't know what we'll have as far as attendance. No way of determining that yet at this time.
It's quite possible that I might get in contact with some of the vicarage boys out here and get them to come in too. That would help that out quite a bit.
Well, what you do to Pridgeon, he's in town, he and his wife are gonna be here. Well,
Okay,
possibly bring some of mine in the office yesterday.
Well,
We're gonna have pretty good
you can do
attendance.
that.
I feel reasonably sure that, I don't think we're gonna have, we're gonna fill the victory room up, but I think we'll have a fairly nice little group out there. I personally feel that way, so. Well, what's your pleasure on this matter of the press now? We should dispose of that before we get into
Would
it.
you like a motion?
Yes, I think it'd be.
Chairman, I move that the general meeting be open.
Second.
I have a motion and a second that the meeting be open to the press. Have any further discussion on the matter? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, we have a program of sorts that we would like to run over you this morning, with you this morning. And find out if you've got some definite ideas about something possibly that we haven't prepared here this morning. If so, then don't hesitate to come forward with it. Now, we have prepared a resolution to be presented to this meeting this morning in the name of the executive board, and due to the fact of the time element and so forth, we took the liberty to go ahead and have it memographed and ready to prepare to the convention. We've got it double spaced, and if there's something in this resolution that doesn't meet your approval, then we'll just have to pencil it in, because we won't have time to redo another stencil and then get it ready for the meeting. This is the reason for having it ready in this fashion here this morning. I think the proper thing for us to do now is to take up this resolution and then go into the rest of the program with you. Yes, go ahead and pass it out.
Mr. Chairman, while we're passing this out, I was wondering if this is refraining from seeing the civil rights thing has been taken out of this, since the press will be there.
We want to refer to this thing as, we want to mention civil rights.
Well, what I was thinking, I mean, because it might play up that angle that we've taken the civil rights.
No, we won't mention this record that we'll just say we've prepared a record, a voting record of the two candidates. We won't mention the fact that we've eliminated this civil rights.
You don't have to mention the fact of where it came from. I mean, we've got it
This is
produced.
produced by the Mississippi Labor Council.
You've changed it, and it's our property now.
Well, that's why, like we made
You
a
mean this
statement
is
a while
not the
ago.
full
Yeah, it's
record?
good to mention.
No.
Well, then we don't want to sponsor it then.
What we've done is produced a record leaving off one that the committee put out for this FEPC, vote on an FEPC amendment.
Well, I'd like to know what that vote was myself.
What you mean on the?
Well, in other words, if a man has a vote there, and it's a paramount issue in the election, and the National Committee feels that it is, well, I think that our people should know about it too, along with others.
Let me question this. If I think I'm right in assuming that you have the entire record on the back here. I mean, has there been anything struck from that?
Right.
I mean, that was struck from this record.
That's right, it was listed along with these others.
Mm-hmm.
And it was listed like this.
I was thinking it was taken out of here. I see it's missing.
Mr. President, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, Barnes, in connection with that, the reason that we, Claude and I talked about the thing for several days before we finally made up our mind to go ahead and have it reproduced and leave off just that one item. You know yourself, I think you'll agree that some of our own members are so frazzling narrow-minded when it comes to that one subject until there was a possibility we felt of kicking up a ruckus in our own organization over just that one thing. And that was our reason. I mean, actually, I don't think, as far as these people here in this room, we all understand, and if the minds of all of our membership would run in the same channel as ours, we would have had no problem whatsoever. I thought that the National Cope put out was a very good leaflet. But in the light of the situation as we know it exists here in Mississippi and in our own membership, that's the reason that we decided, after studying the thing from one side to the other, it would be the best to reproduce it and just in the name of the Mississippi Committee on Political Education and leave the civil rights thing on.
Now, you're going to make that same explanation in public when you're asked later on why you left it out?
Well, I'm not planning on being left because, not planning on being asked that because the rank and file hadn't seen the one that in Mississippi that the National Cope put out. Nobody's seen it, so far as I know. And we are putting this out as a record assembled by the Mississippi Committee on Political Education, and I don't foresee any questions being asked about the other literature. Now, I might be wrong. But I mean, nobody knows anything about it, see. The only ones that I know of are the ones that we have over in the office and the ones that just you people here know about. I mean, nobody else, the rank and file don't know anything about this record that I know of.
We received one as a local
One,
union.
did you? I mean, some of the leadership probably have, but I mean, as far as the average rank and file member, they
I
haven't
mean,
seen
but
it.
that phase of their record, though, is being heavily discussed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Brother Sheriff. Well, you finished? All right, Brother Sheriff.
The way I see it, the civil rights vote by either candidate is no issue because the difference between them is insignificant anyway. So why should it be an issue between the two parties as long as it's as near parallel as it is?
Well, I agree with that. The only thing about it is that with this thing here.
Yeah, but by that I mean you actually have omitted no differences.
That's true.
As far as the candidates.
What we're doing is stressing economic issues with this record we're putting out for you. The real pertinent issues.
That's thinking that you just didn't have room to get that in.
It just says the economic issues.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Brother Bob.
I agree with Brother Schaefer over there, but I also would have to sort of go along with Brother Barnes over here that you will be asked that question. No doubt. I'm just as confident as I'm sitting here that you will be asked that question. Why it was left out, and I think you might as well get your answer ready. Well, why you left it out?
I think the answer to it is this. That this piece that we put out here is based on the voting record prepared by National Court. The National Court did include a civil rights issue on this. We admitted it for this reason, that we feel that there's no difference between the two candidates and the two parties as far as civil rights are concerned. Now, the issue that they had included was an attempt to appeal to the Negro vote because it showed Nixon voting wrong on FEPC. However, we felt out of fairness, if we were going to do that we had to put on the pamphlet to give Nixon an equal break in the Negro vote, that Nixon is an honorary member of FEPC, of NAACP, and that Kennedy is not. So rather than add that, rather than push in an issue that we think it's even, we left it out.
Looks like we didn't have room on this piece of paper to get all that on, Jim.
I think that's a good answer, and that's what I was wanting to bring up, because I think definitely it'll be asked.
The point is, though, unless it is asked, we don't intend to.
Well, if it's raised out here in this meeting, if that's what you mean, then certainly that'll be our answer to it.
No, I didn't mean in the meeting. I meant,
Well, at any time amongst our group, certainly.
Actually, this question could be asked to you by press.
Sure, anybody can.
And supply a public answer.
Well, I think possibly we'll probably, this matter will probably be touched on in this meeting out here this morning.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I note that the statement made here that of 131 key votes, Kennedy was 91.6% right, 1.5% wrong. Yet the record here only shows 116 votes. What were those other 15 votes?
Well, of course, we don't have them all listed yet. There's a lot of, let's check everything from one end of the record to the other on any issues that was pertinent to the welfare of the country. And of course, all of the voting record is not published here in this pamphlet itself. It wasn't in the original pamphlet. I mean, this thing here of 131 key votes checked, 91.6 right and 1.5% wrong.
I mean, though, there are 15, though, that are not checked there.
Well, that's true.
You state that you're checking 131 votes, but you only show 116.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, there's more than 116 votes here. You add up your total number there.
Yes, you got to do that.
But you added wrong. $142.
I can't get 142 votes for Kennedy.
No, the total number, not Kennedy, total number.
Yeah,
The
total
first
number
column.
of votes, so it's not,
I see what you're talking about. You're talking about the ones that Kennedy voted on, right? Is that what you're talking about?
so you're using the,
Include the absence.
well, I just want to understand the column. So the total number there then is what you call a group of key votes and during their concurrent terms in the legislature. And as near as possible then, these votes here, Kennedy and Nixon, are on the same subject.
Yes.
Now they are where they coincide.
That's right.
Okay.
Now, you will have less votes for Nixon than you have for Kennedy because Kennedy has been voting, both of them came to the Congress at the same time in 1946. But Kennedy has been voting in the Senate since 1952, while Nixon, since 1952, has voted in the Senate only when a tie existed. So therefore, the number of votes that Nixon cast will be considerably less than the number of votes that Kennedy's cast.
Kennedy cast 111 votes.
Well, this is how simply the situation is. We've had some requests for voting records around about the state. And I believe in being honest and realistic about this thing. This race question, these people have been successful with a lot of our own people and blinding them to the real issues. So why should we put something out and give them the ammunition to beat us over the head with ourselves? This is our thinking about this thing. Recognizing the fact that both parties' position on civil rights is practically the same, as Dan pointed out. Civil rights is not an issue as far as we're concerned. We want to stress the economic issues and issues that are so vital to the average person and should be of grave concern to all of us here in the South. Now, this is our thinking and the reason for putting this record out in this fashion. This was it. Now, we've got a good supply of the other one. If you think we should put it out.
No, you're thinking it's getting in line with what I want to see us driving toward.
Mm-hmm. Well, this
and to have the positive reading, the positive thinking.
Positive approach to it. That's it. Absolutely.
And I'll tell you this, if 50% of the voters of Mississippi were Negroes, you'd see Barnett one of the darndest defenders of civil rights that you ever saw.
I think you're right.
That's our problem here in Mississippi. If it was just Republicans versus the Democrats versus Republicans, we wouldn't have any trouble along this line. It's even blooming independence.
Well, let's see, have we had enough discussion on this record now? Is it acceptable to use it?
Yes.
You want a motion? Or
Yes, let's
I
dispose
make
of
a
it.
motion that the record be adopted as provided.
All right, we had a second, didn't we? Do we have any further discussion on that? Not all in favor of the motion, let it get on and say an aye.
Aye.
All opposed to the same sign. Give me a copy of that resolution. I'd like to ask Tom here to read this resolution to you. We'll read it. Some of you probably done read it, some of you probably haven't. We'll all read it together, let him read it. And then we'll take it up and dispose of that.
Amended by the Mississippi Labor Council Executive Board. Whereas the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, is ever mindful of its many responsibilities to its membership, to its many friends, including those of a political nature, while refusing to be placed in a position of telling anyone how to vote, we likewise refuse to abrogate our responsibility of making the facts as the record shows them available to our people during this most important presidential campaign. And whereas for several weeks now the people of Mississippi have been subjugated to a deliberate campaign of misrepresentation and confusion designed to camouflage the real issues in this election. This campaign of deception has been spearheaded by our governor and other would-be demagogues, as well as many of the newspapers of this state. We deplore this situation and call upon these people to give some serious thought to our nation's welfare. And whereas we consider the presidential election of this year as being of the utmost importance, the fate of the free world could easily hinge on the outcome. Not since 1932 has our nation faced such a crisis. In 1932, our nation was in the throes of a disastrous depression and appeared to be headed for a revolution. Franklin D. Roosevelt, elected in that year, had the imagination and provided the leadership to stem this tide, placing our nation back into its rightful position of world leadership. And whereas our nation, looked upon as the leader of the free world, is rapidly becoming a second-rate power, budget balancing has taken precedence over our nation's security. Worldwide communism is more of a threat today than ever before.
A beachhead has been established in our own backyard just off the coast of Florida. The prestige of our nation is at an all-time low. We have seen our president forced to cancel a scheduled tour of Japan because of riots and other acts of disapproval. Our vice president was stoned and spat upon during a recent tour of South America. And whereas over 2/3 of the world's peoples go to bed each night hungry, while food surpluses continue to mount in our country. Greedy speculators and profiteers are making fortunes while the family farm is being replaced by huge corporate combines. And whereas for several years we have seen our government operated in accordance with the whims of the vested interest, this time after time we have witnessed our president veto legislation designed to help the many, to satisfy the whims of these people. We have seen the economic growth of our nation practically brought to a standstill. This evil can be traced to the exorbitant interest rates placed on the Federal Reserve System, or so we believe. Today, almost 5 million people are unemployed and many more are working only part-time. Many more millions continue to eke out a bare existence. And whereas practically every regulatory commission by name has been staffed by men who are in sympathy with those they are supposed to regulate, conflict of interest is ignored and corruption has been common. The president's assistant was forced to resign after being exposed. This situation in itself has cost the consuming public untold millions of dollars. And whereas the National Labor Relations Board, which is supposed to be an impartial, semi-judicial agency, has been turned into a tool of management groups, it is no longer necessary for these people to seek to have the law amended in their favor. This board makes the law by administrative decision. The chairman of this board is presently acting as campaign manager for Senator Carl Munt, South Dakota, one of Labor's worst enemies. And whereas a study of Mr. Nixon's record, who has been a part of this administration, discloses there is much to be desired. Nixon has consistently opposed legislation benefiting the great masses of our people and supported the position of the vested interest instead. A simple explanation of this seems to rest with the fact that a group of California businessmen made a contribution of $850 to his bank account each month during his tenure in the United States Senate. Nixon's record as a campaigner also leaves much to be desired. During each of his campaigns for the House of Representatives and that of the Senate, he questioned the loyalty of his Democratic opponents. During the 1952 presidential campaign, he impugns the loyalty of President Truman and insinuated that the Democratic Party was the refuge of many communists. This question now arises as to whether or not Mr. Nixon is morally fit to sit in the White House himself. And whereas a study of Mr. Lodge's record, Lodge was defeated for re-election to the Senate by Senator Kennedy, discloses that he voted with his party on all major issues, even though his record is commendable while serving as U.S. representative to the United Nations. And whereas a study of Senator Kennedy's record discloses that he has, with few exceptions, supported legislation benefiting the masses. On numerous occasions, he himself has been the sponsor of this type of legislation. He has at all times supported legislation designed to strengthen the collective bargaining process and opposed legislation that would weaken it. He entered Congress at the same time as Mr. Nixon. At no time during his campaigns did he stoop to the low plane of smear and insinuation as did Nixon. At all times while serving as a public servant, Senator Kennedy has conducted himself in a most dignified manner and seems to possess the imagination and leadership qualities so badly needed by our nation today. And whereas a study of Senator Johnson's record discloses that he has been responsible for the passage of many pieces of legislation, as majority leader of the Senate, he is recognized the world over as a born leader and would without doubt lend prestige to the office of Vice President. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mississippi Labor Council, based upon the above mentioned fact,
does affirm the AFL-CIO endorsement of the Democratic slate of Kennedy and Johnson and will unreservedly work for their election.
Who wants it first?
Move to adopt the resolution.
We have a
May I
motion.
ask you one question about it? In the last whereas, where you say a study of Senator Johnson's record discloses that he has been responsible for the passage of many pieces of legislation. You don't say anything about what the legislation was. Is that intentional?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's about the best, nicest, sweetest way to recognize a man. Great compromise.
I just want to know if it was intentional.
I think we all understand, recognize the fact that Johnson's record, certainly, his overall record is not pro-labor. And as the AFL-CIO's recommendation pointed out, he's become increasingly liberal with the years. He went to Congress as a liberal, became a conservative because of the oil interest in the state of Texas. As a matter of becoming elected, I imagine, since Barbara was elected, and he sees the change of things in Texas. He's beginning to become more liberal. I mean, actually, this was the only way that I myself could devise a method of go along with Johnson. I don't know how else you're going to do it.
But I think you did a very good job on that resolution.
I think it's fine.
Scales tip in our favor a little bit on this record, about 60%.
How's that?
See, the scales tip in our favor just a little bit. It's about a 60% record.
I wonder, Mr. Chairman, if you would want to
literature. I see that right now.
want to make this a little bit stronger up at the top of the page, 3, referring to about the 6th line. During the 1952 presidential campaign, he impugned the loyalty of President Truman, and I don't know but what you might add, practically calling him a traitor, and also casting slurs and aspersions against General George C. Marshall, just to make the thing a little bit stronger.
Nixon did not do that against Marshall. That was McCarthy.
Maybe it was McCarthy, but I believe that he did call President Truman a traitor.
Oh, what he said.
By implication, this guy is with his debating techniques, let's say insinuation. He doesn't come right out and say these things exactly, and that you can say he called Truman a traitor, but by insinuation.
Practically calling him.
Yeah, practically. Now, I think the proper thing to do on this resolution, if you want my opinion of it, there's an awful lot that can be said. It would take a record, it would take a book. You'd have to write a book to do real justice to the overall situation. And when this resolution is presented, I think, by George, the proper thing to do is for you fellas to get that mic on that floor, and take this resolution apart and point out what a dirty outfit this fella Nixon is. You understand what I'm talking about? And let's expound on this question. Well, when these people leave here, they'll understand what this character is.
If I remember correctly, that the accusation also was that we were soft. That is, the Democratic Party and Truman was soft on communism, but also the war party that went to war against communism.
Absolutely. All of this, I mean, this guy has got a record from way back. This guy is a tool of big business, a tool of the vested interest in this country. Now, he actually, by virtue of an accident, you might say today he's a candidate for the presidency of the United States. Remember, in 1952, when he was exposed with this $18,000 kitty that these business people had been taking care of him, $850 a month, that Eisenhower almost dumped him even after he had been nominated as vice president. And he kept his mouth shut for several days while the press kept this thing going. And then Robert Montgomery got this TV program up for him, and he went on the air and was successful in covering this junk all up, and he stayed on the ticket.
Covered it up with his wife's cloth.
Absolutely. You fellas remember this famous checklist
Oh,
speech?
don't leave out the dog.
This is a situation. It's a deplorable situation.
He practically won the election himself.
That dog didn't want to help.
Chairman, I make the motion this resolution be adopted as.
We have a motion that the resolution be adopted as it is.
But I think the thing that Claude said there is very, very important. And when this resolution is read, that you all get up and tell these things to the groups. Things that we've been talking about here.
Tell about when he ran for the Senate and got elected against Helen Gahagan Douglas, the things he called her.
Right.
One of the finest ladies that ever served in Congress.
I will second.
Yeah, Mark said.
That they used in that campaign.
I don't remember. Do you remember that, Dan?
What was it, Greg?
A forged picture, a moulage of a communist with Helen Gahagan Douglas.
Oh, he used this communist, what's his name?
Mark Antonio.
Mark Antonio used his record, made a comparison of her record. He did the same thing with Jerry Boyce in his first campaign.
No, but did he have a picture of
I don't recall
You're
it.
thinking about Miller Tidings in Maryland.
Yeah, you thinking about the Tidings campaign.
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, that's it.
I knew there was an edited picture there in some campaign that.
But what, the thing that he did with Mark Antonio is he was even more vicious. Now, Mark Antonio was elected as a Democrat, later took the position of the American Labor Party in Congress. And Mark Antonio, after his death, it came out that he was never a member of the Communist Party, but he was thought to be. But the Democratic Party voted on certain issues, and Mark Antonio voted on them too. And he voted the same way the Democratic Party did on certain issues. Well, Helen Gahagan Douglas, being a member of the Democratic Party, of course, voted with the party. So they would take 10 issues that Mark Antonio's vote had been the same as the Democratic Party, and the same as Helen Douglas. And they'd hold it up and they'd say, now this communist, here's the way he voted in the Senate, in the Congress of the United States. Here's the way Helen Gahagan Douglas voted. Exactly alike, see. They just take part of the issues. They didn't say that Helen Gahagan Douglas was actively opposed in '52 by the Communist Party in California because she'd been one of the foremost fighters of communism.
She'd always been a fighter.
That's right. And the communists actually behind the scenes supported Nixon in '52 in California because of their hatred for Helen Gahagan Douglas.
Now, those are some of the things that you might say on the board.
Yes. I expect before we get through out there, it'll be well expounded on. Do we have any further discussion on this?
I only had one thing I would like to mention, and that is this. Of course, as much as I was around the table, and I have noticed in prior meetings that lots of times there's a lot of duplication. I think personally it would be better if just some certain ones were to get up and do this, and rather than the whole bunch trying to get up and expound on it and covering the same territory that the prior speaker did and so on, as it has been done in the past. Now maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's not the proper way, but it would seem so to me. We kill more time in duplication than we do in actual business.
What they mean, we should pay attention to what everybody else is saying to the group.
Well, that is true, but yet on the other hand, when you get up to speak, if about all of the territory has been covered, you don't have much else to say, but you feel obligated to get up and say something, and you just repeat what's already been said, and I think that's just a waste of time.
Well,
if you want to get yourself before the body, well, that's all right, but I don't
move with
personally
those
want
people
to.
that have that urge and want to say something, get up and holler amen and sit down.
Are you ready for the question on the resolution? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, just to run briefly down with you the proposed agenda for the meeting. I have attempted to get someone, at least one person outside of the labor movement.
What time?
10 o'clock.
You're gonna try to start?
Going to try to start it at 10. Of course, we'll open the meeting up and I'll have a few remarks to make myself as chairman. And then if Senator E.K. Collins from Jones County is able to be here, we'd put him on at that time. He's promised me faithfully, if at all possible, he'll be here. Now, I attempted to get either him, Paul Wiesenberg, and even last night when it looked like Collins may not be here, I attempted to contact Merle Palmer, another representative who is also very much pro-labor and a good Democrat. I wasn't able to get him. But we felt that we should have at least one speaker here from outside of the labor movement who is actively working in this campaign for Kennedy. And preferably we would like to have E.K. Collins, and not being able to get him, we had Wiesenberg next. Each one of these people were delegates to the National Convention. Both of them are members of the legislature. Collins in the Senate, Wiesenberg in the House. Both of them have been good supporters and friends of ours and the legislature. This is our thinking here. Now, Collins told me yesterday that he was going to make every attempt possible to be here at 10 o'clock. He might be a little late getting here, but he'd come as soon as he could get here. He's tied up with something. I don't recall exactly what his problem was, law practice. We're supposed to put him on the program at that time. Then we would ask Brother Powell to make an address to the group. And then following him, I would like to call on Brother Bob Starnes as a representative of the AFL-CIO regional office. This then would be our panel of speakers to the group. Then we would propose that the resolution that you just adopted here would be presented, and that Tom Knight would present this resolution on behalf of the Executive Council. We feel that Tom would be the appropriate person by virtue of the fact that he's the director of our Committee on Political Education. Then after we've adopted this resolution in this convention, if it's adopted, then we would propose to make a recommendation which Brother Holloway would give, of setting up a committee of sorts to assist and work with the loyal party organization here in Jackson as far as collecting dollars for Democrats. And, yes?
In fact, just a minute now, Tom going to move the adoption of the resolution?
He'll move the adoption of the resolution. He'll read it, move the adoption of the resolution. Yes. All right, then we have another recommendation that we want to present here from the board. This is the result of our meeting last night. As I started to tell you about the dollars for Democrats and possibly assisting and furnishing some personnel. And incidentally, Lige told me last night or yesterday afternoon, I called him on the phone, that when they got the word from the national office that he would make Joe Mullins available to us over here to work to help distribute material around about the state. I questioned him about that yesterday in the conversation. These people are desperate for help and money and everything else, and whatever assistance we can give them is certainly going to be appreciated. Now, Brother Holloway, perhaps I should at this time ask you to present to the board here our recommendation in regards to the dollars for Democrats thing. That is for raising the finances.
Well, after we cover the business on the resolution, and if it's adopted, as you notice, the last paragraph states that we'll do everything within our power to help support the campaign. And everybody knows that one of the best ways to help support a campaign is to help in raising the funds for it. I'm reminded of the old sentence I used to read a lot when people, girls have done a lot of typing probably, typed it a lot of times. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party. I believe, is that the way it reads? All good people, which is
Good men.
good men.
And then women, of course.
But certainly now is the time in Mississippi for all good people to come to the aid of their party, and that's one of the ways we can do it. And there is, Claude didn't mention one thing, but along with the headquarters here in Jackson, scattered over the state, there are some local county committees that have a loyal group, or the loyal group is in control. Not nearly as many as we'd like to see, but we thought possibly it would be better in those localities for our people to work with the local groups in this matter, and even turn the funds over to them to come through them then to Jackson, so that the local people could see how we are helping with the work. And along with that, though, let our central committee be sure and have the report as to how much funds were raised and helping in those sections, and how much was turned over to the local committees, so that we would have a total record of all the work that we had done in the state. Now, there's, as Claude has mentioned, an organization here in Jackson for that purpose, and if I understand it right, the idea was to have a committee set up from this body to work with the state headquarters on this issue. And of course, there's already a system set up in the way of books, is there not, for
Yes, we have.
for us to use, and we can either get them from the Jackson headquarters or from our local headquarters if we, when the time comes we need them. Of course, I'm sure that they'll be glad to furnish us all the books that we can use. Of course, I think then what you were speaking of there would be that we recommend that we do set up the machinery to help out
That's right.
in the raising of funds for the party. And I could then make the motion that we do establish a committee for the assistance of the raising of funds for the party.
Now, I want to say that that I feel. All right, Mac.
On this fundraising campaign, Mr. Chairman, is that to be used just in the state of Mississippi only?
No, not altogether. Some of this money will be sent directly into the Kennedy Johnson headquarters. And incidentally, I want to tell you this.
Now, what money will be sent into Kennedy Johnson headquarters?
A percentage of this dollars for Democrats. I don't know just what the breakdown is, how much they retain on that here.
EKO was talking of normal policies to 50-50 there. But he said that considering our financial condition and everything, and what little funds are headed in the party, that we would keep more than 50%.
You mean the Democratic Party will keep more than 50%?
No, we'll keep more than 50% to use in the state, say.
In the state of Mississippi.
Yeah.
That's what I say. The state Democratic Party will keep more than 50% of it.
The loyalist Democrat, now we're not gonna let it get over into this fund of,
Well, let's don't recognize that other bunch as being Democrats.
well, I know,
Let's
but
just say Democrats.
they got the control of that, what is it, $10,000 we got or something?
That hasn't been settled, that's still a subject.
Well, that's why I'm saying.
I think maybe I ought to clarify the situation actually as to how this fund, what it is. Mike, I think he cleared your question up. I feel reasonably sure that most of this money will be spent in Mississippi due to the financial situation that we have, as he pointed out. If, of course, it goes over good and a lot of money is raised, then I feel reasonably sure more of it will be sent in. But I think the bulk of this money we're going to collect is going to be spent here in Mississippi. Matter of fact, I think most of it will, if not all of it. Now, this is a situation with the, well, let's say the voters. Let's call them voters. They're not Democrats. They just trying to get what little they can out of this Democratic label.
The chronic deserter.
They're in control of, you might say, of the party machinery in this state, which leaves the lawyers faction here having to start out from rock bottom to raise finances. And the money crowd is in the other two camps. Practically all the big boys are either in the Republican camp or the independent, unpledged electors camp. See? That means that people like us are going to have to raise what finances are raised to put this program over with. And these people, we're in a position here today, gentlemen, to make some real progress in this state. As I view the situation, we can easily enough be the difference in Mississippi going Democratic or otherwise. With Jim Eastland, John Stennis on one side of the fence, with Ross Barnett and his crowd on the other side of the fence, one of them is going to more or less offset the other one. Then what we've got here could possibly be the difference. And I'm telling you that the loyalists in Mississippi, the people that's trying to carry this state for Mississippi, recognize that fact and have given us an awful lot of respect in the past few weeks. And in their meetings, Storm and I have made several meetings on this matter. And we've been well received, and those people have even pointed out in the meetings that you fellas can help us out more than any other single group. That you've got the organization that can probably put the Dollars for Democrats drive over and things like that where we can't touch them. And they're looking for us. And I feel that if we do the job we're capable of here today, that we'll get some of these specklewoods off our back that's been riding us for so long. There's an awful lot to be gained in this election here in Mississippi other than to carry the state candidate.
We got a chance for more recognition there than anything else.
Absolutely. That's the situation.
You might tell them how this account's set up.
Yes. Tom, you explain that to us.
Just a word in regard to how this account is set up in order that there will be no change whatever for the independents to get this money. This money is set up in an account at the Deposit Guarantee Bank and Trust Company, Kennedy Johnson Campaign Fund. That's the way the loyal bank account is set up.
Who administers it?
Well, Joe Latham, who is officer of the Deposit Guarantee Bank Trust Company, presently is the finance chairman of the Loyal Democrats. He's the man that's been taking care of it up to now. However, there'll be somebody else appointed. But Joe has been administering
the banker in the camp right now. Got one banker in the loyal camp right now.
But there's no chance of it getting mixed up with the Barnett Democrats, as they call it.
Now, let's look back a little bit. I like the idea of us working with the local committee in our home county.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if I had to reassess that idea a little bit, what funds we raise, what will we do with those funds?
Well, this was what I think it was on this thing, that in the counties where we have a loyal Democratic organization working for the election of the party ticket, if they are putting on the Dollars for Democrats drive within that county, then we feel that our people should work and coordinate their efforts with the local organization, because that money in turn is going to be sent to Jackson. By following this practice, you will help yourselves locally, speaking, and I'm thinking about one or two counties we got what I'm familiar with, and Brother Holloway and Brother Barnes know full well what I'm talking about, Jackson County in particular. You've got a real good Democratic organization, it's pro-labor and what have you.
Don't forget now that you have a county that's already started, and one of our members, I believe, is co-chairman in there, isn't she?
Lauderdale and possibly Jones County. Maybe we might have several more that we have the same kind of a setup. But we would recommend that our people work with those organizations on a county level where they have a loyalty party working. In the absence of such an organization, then we'd have to work from the state level. Now, I've consulted with Bill Stanley over here about heading this thing up for us in the state, and he's agreed to handle that. Now, the reason for going to Bill is because of the fact that Brother Knight and myself are going to be tied up with these workshops starting Monday, and we're going to be out of Jackson pretty well all the time. Bill's here in Jackson, see, and I want to get the rest of the group that's here in Jackson to agree to serve on the committee with him, where he can get them together if it's necessary. See what I'm talking about? Then the beautiful thing about him also is the fact that he's got these CWA girls. They're going to need a lot of help. Not just raising finances, but we're going to need some help over in that office getting some work out. You see what I'm talking about?
Another thing, his union is the only union that reaches every county in the state.
Yes, got a better distribution of membership than any single organization.
Besides having 2 members on the board.
Well, Claude, while we're on this subject, not staggering away from it too much.
All right.
Is anybody else that's international already doing something on this nature?
Raising finances? You mean for the party to candidates?
That's right.
I don't know myself, is it?
Well, that was the question I was getting into. We're just in the beginning of that. It's set up as a campaign fund. And I tell you, we're sweating blood getting dollars from the people because we can't take this out of the treasure. We're right in the middle of that thing now. Then if we come along with a state set up here, then lo and behold, what we're going to get there.
Well, I can understand what you're talking about. I imagine, of course, what you'll have to do in that case, you're going to have to concentrate with the program of the International Union. And, of course, the Dollars for Democrats thing is going to have to be handled separately from that. And if you can get some dollars through this thing, well and good. I think that this Dollars for Democrat program, this committee is not going to just be working with our union members. They're probably going to be soliciting people outside of the labor movement as well, you see. I certainly wouldn't want you to let this program here interfere with one that your own union's putting on.
Well, no, what I had in mind there, Claude, we're having such a heck of a time there getting the money people to shake a dollar loose. Where if we could have swung, I believe it was 5 votes, Dan, you should be familiar with this, on the $1.25 minimum. Then we wouldn't be faced with that problem there today if we could have changed 5 more votes in Washington.
That's right, but the thing here is this. Now, on the Coke Dollar Drive, which you're referring to, that has to be collected from our membership, by and large, because we can't go out to the public and say, give us $1 for the AFL-CIO Coke. Most of them won't do it. But on this Dollars for Democrats, this is a citywide or statewide thing. In other words, the point of collection on the Dollars for Democrats is not our union membership, but the public as a whole. Now, we use our union members as collectors. And you can get out here in any town on a given night, going house to house with a bucket, Dollars for Democrats, with all this publicity that's going on television and radio by contributing to the party of your choice. And you could get a lot of money. But the trouble with the Democrats, they won't get out here and ask for it. Huh?
And not a water poured on.
They won't get out and make this solicitation of candidates.
Mr. Chairman, let me correct Brother Powell. I don't think he understands the brother here. You know, a lot of our organizations, international, for instance his, and the Sheet Metal Organization have organized their own political action leagues now. sheet metal calls it PAL, PAL. And they are making their drive with the sheet metal workers for their dollars for political action.
But your point of collection is inside the union.
That's right. But what I mean is, though, they're putting the pressure on there, you see, to the membership. And the membership is under that stress there. Now, remember that we had already, 5 or 6 months ago, been our coat drive. We've had our coat drive back here. Now you have your union political action league drive for dollars. Now then, we are going to have to put on a third drive, dollars for Democrats. He's in his second one. We finished 2 of them down there. Well, we're ready to go on to the third one, all right. But what he's talking about is that unions drive that he's having trouble with. Now he's going to have to come and layer over with a third one.
Well,
Before we get through with the second.
As I say, you're going to different people, though. In your union drive, you're going
But
to
you're using the
membership and
same
asking them
people,
for a dollar.
Pal. You got
And
to
your
use the
dollars
same
for
people.
Democrats. You've got a broader base. You're going to the general public.
That's it. This dollars for Democrats thing won't just be confined to our membership. The people that work with Brother Stanley will be soliciting money from people outside of the labor movement as well as in the labor movement.
Well, who are those people that you're talking about doing the soliciting?
The
Be the same people that does the work, but they'll be appealing to other broader scope of people.
making contacts.
It would probably be a wiser thing then, maybe, for each local union to set up another committee, if you can get that many people
be able
active
to.
in your union. But now, that's the question now. You know, where you've got this committee, that committee, and keep spreading it. The more you can get, the better off you are on that end of it. If we could be able to pick up another committee just for this thing, as you say, and take your bucket and go to door, then.
Well, here's one thing you can consider, especially Jackson County and Jones County, Lauderdale County, and Hines County. We have enough labor unions there if you can just get one out of each union to work in that thing, out of each local in that town. In other words, let the rest of the local handle that coat drive, but then have one out of each local making this dollar for Democrats. You can get quite a group. I feel like I can get 8 or 9 at least, at a minimum, to head up in Jones County this dollar for Democrats, which won't conflict with the
The
coat
dollars
drive.
for Democrat, it won't just be confined within our group. If we can get some, that's right, anybody.
In other words, the solicitor don't even need to say, I'm a member of a local union, so-and-so, but I'm a Democrat. and
That's
I'm
right.
Very interested in supporting our party.
The most important contribution we can make are the solicitors, because as I
That's
say,
true.
the
Money's
Democrats,
in the personnel.
they won't get out here and do this, Joe Higgins work.
That's it.
If you can get a dollar from somebody, then he'll vote for him because he's got money invested. That's the main thing.
The big
You won't get his
trouble.
money.
I mean, look now, I'm not in disagreement with you on raising this money and carrying through with this plan, but I'm just thinking about what kind of predicament maybe that some of us might be getting into on that end and not really be capable of coming through with it at this time. And I know it's time
Well,
for
of course, I don't think that we're gonna get 100% participation in this thing. I
Well,
really
you're not
don't.
getting some membership up here today. You're not getting some representation today just because of that. I know unions did not send anybody up here.
Because of finance trouble.
No, not necessarily finance, but they feel that the international wants them to work with them.
I'd like to raise this question that might fit our particular situation in Lowndes County in Columbus. I've been talking to Senator Jolly and to former District Attorney Carter, who are loyal Democrats. And we've been talking about some activity, fundraising campaign, and we had talked about a pattern that's been followed by other people on a $5 or a $10 dinner. Now then, in the event we go through that type of organization, in which it will be those people more or less fronting for our group, and also all working together.
Sure.
Now, how will that work in at the state level with our group and also the organization organization for Democrats, that is who's
No,
gonna handle the
no.
funds, outside of the
I
union.
think it'll work out just fine.
Now, should that money come in down here and be sent back up there, or shall we use the money, or?
Well, of course, that's gonna be left up to the party organization, people in.
Now, what we had reference to use it was for some TV appearances and have some speakers come in and.
Well, actually, here's the
all that sort of
situation
thing.
is that they're trying to get set up and organized, and I understand that they're gonna make an attempt to organize the thing on a congressional basis with possibly a chairman in each congressional district, which in turn will try to coordinate the county effort on this thing, which would tie in with yours. See what I mean? Of course, the county organizations where we've got some good active people, and certainly you're gonna have to exert your efforts there as far as possible, because that's where it counts, actually, when you get right down to it. But in the absence of the party machinery, this is what we're faced with here, with the party machinery being where it is now. The loyal faction here is having to practically organize from the ground up, start out from scratch, so to speak, and whatever little bit we can help them do is going to go a long way.
Well, is it known yet whether we'll get the $10,000 or somebody else?
No,
I don't think.
It's pretty well assured that the independent group won't get it. They don't have no legal claim with it to start with. Before they get it, there'll be a court suit, I can assure you of that.
Claude, brother, Taylor mentioned Dunn there. Let me say this because it may save some of you some problems in the future. We had this to come up in the city of New Orleans. Down there, they were going to hold a $10 plate dinner and contribute the money to the Democratic Party as the funds they raised at the dinner. Now, this is a violation of Taft-Hartley. If the local union pays for the tickets, if the individual pays for the tickets and is not reimbursed by his local union, he cannot put it down as expenses. If the individual pays for the tickets, all right, but you cannot go out here and have a local union buy tickets to a fundraising dinner for the Democratic Party, because that's a violation of Taft-Hartley. Now, if this money were going to be spent just among our own people, it would not be. But when it's turned over to the Democratic Party, then that is a direct contribution to a political party from Treasury trade union funds.
We already in violation then for 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, there's ways to get around that.
Well, let's see, gentlemen, it's getting pretty late here. We got a
What
couple
time
more,
is it?
10 minutes to 10.
You make that, John?
Yeah, we've, I mean, is this agreeable to you fellas now that we make this position on this question clear, that, in other words, we'll adopt a motion out here that we set up an organization to work with the loyal Democrats for the purpose of assisting in raising finances, and then we'll discuss the matter how it can be handled.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we do that.
We have a motion.
Wait just a minute, let me hear the motion.
All right, over your motion.
That we set up a committee to assist with the loyal Democrats in raising funds.
Let's change that raising funds to organize the state and raise funds. Because we're gonna have to help them organize their county campaign committees. And we want the people to go back.
Well, you'll say then assist in organizing the state and raising necessary finances. That's what you're going to say.
We'll include that in the motion then.
Any discussion now? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
Now, Mr. Chairman, a discussion on that motion just a little, I think we should make it clear and have it understood that it's our right to serve this Democratic Party and the organization wherever they wish it, and the manner in which they'd like it, and what they want, because we're out to win friends and influence people right now, as well as get a good man and his president.
That's it.
When that comes up for discussion on the floor, it's a good time for you to
Chime in.
come in on that.
Yeah, sure. Now, one other thing before we get out of here, we feel that there might be some need of having a sort of a speaker's bureau, a group of people from out of our group that would be willing to attend local union meetings upon a request of local union to discuss this election and point out the issues involved. Does that meet your approval?
May I give you?
Consider this executive board as being a good speakers bureau. Yeah.
I'll give you a little demonstration along that line. I attended a local union meeting in Alabama last Saturday night, and I was intending to say something about this election, and I was told before I got up not to mention it, so I didn't mention it.
Well, I said upon request that we have Speakers Bureau, that if a local union felt that, that someone from out of their group could help this situation.
I understood what you meant, all right, but I just want to let you know there's some local unions that don't want you to talk about it.
Well, if they don't request anyone, certainly we won't send anyone around.
They're divided in there.
What we got in mind here is members of the executive board here, some of the international representatives that service the state of Mississippi. You understand what I'm talking about? And possibly Bob might have someone out of that office that would be willing to serve in this capacity. We'll get a letter out on this if you feel that this should be done. Given the names of the people, particularly within the various areas where the locals close by, let them know if they would like to have a guest speaker to discuss this presidential election at a local union meeting, then we'd be glad to send somebody. Now, this is
I think
where
it's a
it
very
would
good idea.
be
available on request.
Be available.
Yes. Or if you get
Mr. Chairman, you could tell them of what Jackson County did in their right to work deal down there. They got us spread out so down there that last night that, but I feel like we got the job done, you remember. Biloxi was hollering for help, and we had the program over at Mobile, and had our own Jackson County meeting. And we got every one of them done.
Got them all covered.
And
by the way, there's somebody here promised to buy somebody a steak dinner.
And I heard him say it.
If
and he's from Jones
their
County.
didn't have a bigger majority.
I said a bigger vote.
We got it on record too.
You got it any way you want it. We beat you.
You did not. Where's my...
Was that steak dinner for all?
Gentlemen,
we beat you 120-something votes in the final count.
I don't think it's necessary
all those
to act on
folks for the right to work bill swelled your vote?
motion, but if you think it'll serve any purpose, then you might better have it that way.
How many did you have for it, though?
Well, I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we do adopt that.
But we did.
We have a motion here that the recommendation on the Speakers Bureau be adopted.
Well, we can't say we didn't.
We have any further discussion on that matter?
Just a question. Would that request come in to your headquarters here, and then you would be the judge on who you assign to that task, taking in consideration?
No, we'll furnish them a
geographical
list of the people on there and let them contact those people themselves because of the fact we're gonna be out of the office. That's the reason it's gonna have to be handled that way.
That'd be best. Let them directly contact the speaker.
Well, gentlemen, I believe that pretty well takes care of it. That's right. All in favor of the motion?
First.
All right.
Now, the best thing you have understood there that the speaker will bear the expenses of the trip, because there's no funds available anywhere usually for that. So when a person volunteers for that, he should have in mind that he's going to have to bear his own expenses.
That's true. Maybe the local that he speaks at will pay his expenses. We just thought that there might be someone. We'll try to give them a list of people where there won't be a lot of traveling involved. I think that can be done. You ready for the question?
Question.
All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Now, we'll try to determine when we'll pick up, continue this board meeting after we adjourn. We'll try to find out where we can meet. I feel reasonably sure we ought to be out of this thing by 12:30 or 1 o'clock. In the event we are, when would you prefer to come to meet again?
Personally, I'd like to meet just as soon as possible. I've got
Yeah.
to take care of.
Well, would you
you want to, take about an hour lunch period, we'll say, and come back?
Let's meet at lunch table. Let's have lunch together. Just as soon as we get through that meeting.
Well, we can do that. You don't mean in here?
Wherever you
I
can.
don't know whether we can arrange to have.
Have a Dutch lunch.
Yeah, well, why don't you have a Dutch lunch in here? They'll serve it up here.
Well, we might do that then.
That's the quickest way for us to get the job done.
Yeah, we can be. Attend the Republican meeting then.
All right, then we'll do that.
for our state and for our counties and for the homes from which these people have come. We pray now that Thou will take the lead of our mind, that everything that is said and done will be pleasing in Thy sight. We ask these things with the forgiveness of our sins in the name of Jesus, who died for us. Amen.
I would first like to voice a word of appreciation for the number of you that have seen fit and have been able to attend the meeting this morning. I certainly recognize the fact that due to the shortness of the notification of the meeting that we are actually surprised to see as many here this morning as what is. And we do appreciate having you here this morning. This meeting was called primarily to decide in a group meeting, make up our minds if we want to actively participate in the presidential election before us. It's the feeling of your executive board that this presidential election is possibly one of the most important presidential elections that this nation's seen in a number of years. We feel that the labor movement, not just in the state of Mississippi, but in the nation as a whole, should be and is vitally concerned in regards to our nation's welfare. We certainly recognize the fact that we have certain people here in the state of our beloved state of Mississippi who have disregarded the welfare of our nation and are now attempting to misguide and mislead our people and take them out on what I term as a fishing expedition. And before this meeting is over, we feel and we hope that those of us present here will fully understand what the issues are in this election and what we need to do about it. It was our intent this morning, we had hoped to have Senator E.K. Collins with us to give a short address concerning this presidential election from the views of a loyal Democrat. He assured me yesterday that he would be with us if at all possible, that he might not be here at 10 o'clock sharp, but he hoped to be here before the meeting adjourned. So if Senator Collins shows up, we will try to interrupt our business and give him the floor when he arrives. Gentlemen, I'd like to discuss this election with you just a few minutes and try to stress the importance of it, not only from labor's point of view, but from our point of view as citizens of these United States and of the great state of Mississippi. I personally feel that our nation is in one of the worst periods of crisis that we've seen since the days of 1932, since the election of 1932. We will present a resolution to this convention, the executive board will, pointing out the great need of leadership to this nation of ours. We have with us a number of distinguished visitors, and we certainly want to ask them to give you the benefit of their thinking, of their advice. And as the meeting progresses, we sincerely hope that we can arrive at a conclusion and leave this meeting united and determined to do the job that's before us. At this time, I'd like to call upon our good friend, Dan Powell, who hardly needs any introduction to the group here this morning. Brother Powell is the regional director of our Committee on Political Education. This time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present Dan. Brother Powell.
Thank you, President Ramsey. Brothers and sisters, you know, I'm down here so often I almost feel like a native of Mississippi, despite the fact that I live about 4 miles north of the Mississippi border in the city of Memphis, Tennessee. But you know, they say that the Mississippi Delta begins in the lobby of the Peabody Hotel in Memphis. So that practically makes me a native of the state. In one of the adjoining states a little while ago, the county Democratic chairman found that one of the oldest Democrats in the county had recently changed his registration from that of a Democrat to that of a Republican. Now, the county chairman was very disturbed, and he went around to see Uncle John, who was 95 years old and had been a Democrat all these years. And he says, Uncle John says, tell me, here you are, 95 years old, been a Democrat all these years, and here a couple of weeks ago you went down and registered as a Republican. How come? Uncle John says, son, says, I'll tell you. Says, as you say, I'm 95. I went to see the doctor the other day, and he told me I didn't have but a few months to live. Now, if death is coming, I want it to happen to a Republican and not to a Democrat. It's a shame that we don't have more of that sort of loyalty among some of the Democrats in the state of Mississippi. We have in this state and in some other states in the South men who run as Democrats, who are elected as Democrats, but who in their hearts are Republicans. And when they are elected, they go to Washington or they go to Jackson and they vote and they act as Republicans. I say to you that Congressman John Bell Williams of this congressional district and Congressman Calmer of the 6th District are better Republicans than Richard Nixon. Now, a man has got a right to be a Republican if he so chooses. His judgment may be bad, but he's got that right. And I respect that right, and I respect the man for having the courage to exercise that right. But these men don't have the courage to say to you that I am a Republican, I believe as a Republican. They commit a fraud upon you. They offer themselves as Democrats, and then they vote and act as Republicans. Now we are seeing this same sort of fraud, this same sort of deception in the independent electors movement in this state. These people that are heading up this movement are not Democrats. They've never been Democrats. It's the same old gang that fought Franklin Roosevelt down here in 1940, that fought Harry Truman in 1948, who fought Adlai Stevenson in 52 and 1956. You say, well, why are they doing it? They are Republicans. They want to see the Republican Party elected. But they know that no Republican can carry the state of Mississippi. So they are offering themselves as independent Democrats, so that they can divide the Democratic vote in this state with the hopes that with a divided Democratic vote that the Republicans may carry the state. And they talk to you about, we're going to bargain for the South. If by any miracle these independent electors were elected down here, and if this election were close, if Mississippi's 8 electoral votes in the Electoral College in January of 1961 could change the outcome, could decide who was going to be president, and it's going to be a choice between Kennedy and Nixon. It's going to be one of the two. If it ever came to that choice in the Electoral College, you would find this gang of independents casting their votes for Dick Nixon. But they don't have the courage to tell you that. This afternoon, for the first time in the history of Mississippi, a Republican candidate for the presidency of the United States is going to speak in front of the Democratic gubernatorial mansion now inhabited by a Republican governor. Mr. Barnett sent him a message of welcome, but he didn't have the courage to come down here this afternoon and put his arm around his political brother, Dickie Nixon. He didn't have the courage to face the people of Mississippi and tell them what he was. So on the pretense that he had to see the University of Mississippi play Kentucky in Memphis tonight at 8 o'clock, he's got to leave here at 2:30. The game starts at 8. It's an hour's flying time from Jackson to Memphis. Well, it's a good thing they have that Mississippi-Kentucky game scheduled, because if they hadn't have had it scheduled, Mr. Barnett would have had to pay a hospital bill because he'd have been in the hospital this afternoon. As I said to you a moment ago, this is going to be a choice in November between the Republican Party and Dick Nixon and the Democratic Party and John Kennedy. Never before have the people of America been presented with a contrast in political and economic philosophies that these two candidates present. Mr. Nixon and the Republican Party believe in the economic theory that's known as the trickle-down theory. What do we mean by the trickle-down theory? Simply this. Nixon and the Republicans believe that if you further enrich the corporations and the millionaires, that some of the crumbs from this feast of the wealthy will fall down on the floor and the poor can pick it up. A few years ago, we saw this administration, with the aid of Nixon, give to the corporations of this country $8 billion in tax relief while refusing to give you a tax cut of $150 a year. We saw them increase interest rates that raised the interest debt on the national debt by $4 billion. That meant that the working people of America had to pay more money, totals of billions more, in these high interest rates. And they justified these things by saying, well, if we give the corporations tax relief, if we give the bankers more money, they will loan the money to the corporations and they will take the money that they've gotten in tax relief and go out here and build more plants and give more people jobs. Now, my 12-year-old boy knows more economics than that. No businessman, no corporation, no banker ever built a plant to give people jobs out of the pure goodness of his heart. The only time that business expands, the only time that they go out and build new plants is when there are new markets, when people are buying more. And who constitutes the buying public in America today? Not the corporation presidents, not the bankers, but the masses of working people. The Democrats, on the other hand, and Jack Kennedy, believe that the way to build a prosperous America is to increase the purchasing power of the masses of people, the working people. That when we earn more wages, when we have money to spend as a result of tax decreases, we don't put our money in stocks and bonds and in banks. We go out and we spend it over the counter for more merchandise. And it's we who create, by our purchases, more jobs. There is your big conflict between Nixon and the Republican Party, the party of big business, believing that the way to make a prosperous America is to make the rich richer, contrasted by the Democratic Party and Kennedy, believing that the way to bring prosperity to our land is to increase the buying power, the standard of living of the masses of people. Now, I know some of you may say, well, Brother Powell, it's easy to stand up there and say those things. But my words are borne out for the records of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Republican Party being elected to office. In the last 100 years, you've had Democratic administrations for 36 of the 100 years. Republican administrations for 64. What has been the record of the two parties? Under the Democrats, under Woodrow Wilson, you had a Democratic administration that brought into being in America, through its pushing from Washington, the enactment of workmen's compensation laws to protect injured workers all over the United States. You had Woodrow Wilson and the Democratic Party pushing for the abolition of child labor at the beginning of the century. You had the right of women to vote coming under a Democratic administration. And then after Wilson, there was over 10 years, 12 years, before another Democratic administration. And then under Roosevelt, you had the Democrats, for the first time in the history of America, writing into law the legal right of labor to organize, first through the NRA and later through the Wagner Act. Under a Democratic administration, there was passed a bank insurance law to insure your deposits in the banks, to protect you against bank failures. You had the Social Security pension system set up under a Democratic administration. For the first time, the old people of this country were given an opportunity to live out their years in decency instead of being faced with the poorhouse. And the Social Security program was opposed in the Congress in the United States Senate by an almost solid block of Republicans. Under a Democratic administration, the unemployment compensation law was passed. The Minimum Wage and Hour Act was passed. The Federal Home Administration loans were enacted under a Democratic administration, giving you the chance to borrow money at low interest rates at a level repayment plan to buy your own home. And as a result of that, today, we have the highest percentage of home ownership in the history of this land. It was under a Democratic administration that the farmers were given price supports and a farm loan program. It was under a Democratic administration of Franklin Roosevelt that the Rural Electrification Administration to provide electricity for farm homes came into being, and the development of TVA to bring cheap electric power to develop the South. What did you get under the Republican administrations? Under Harding, Coolidge, and that great engineer Hoover. The first thing that you got was violent opposition to every piece of legislation for social advancement. You got the Teapot Dome oil scandal, where men in high places in this country were convicted of selling government property, government oil, to the big oil companies of America. And finally, under Hoover, you got the worst depression in the history of America. And What have you gotten under 8 years of the Eisenhower administration? The bankers, big business has fared well. $6 billion in tax rebates to the corporation. Billions more for the bankers and high interest rates. And they've given you the highest living cost in the history of America. We've gotten the Dixon-Yates private power scandal. We've seen the giveaway of Americans' natural resources to the power companies and the corporations. We've seen the gold finds and the influence peddling that's gone on in this administration. This is the sort of choice that you have. These are the things, these are the fruits of the Democratic Party and the fruits of the Republican Party. Now consider for a moment not what the parties themselves have done, but what has been the record of the two candidates who are heading up these parties today on the issues that vitally affect the welfare of the people of America. Well, let's see. We've compiled a voting list, and we show out of 122 votes that Senator Kennedy, on issues that vitally affect the welfare of the people of America, has voted right 120 times, voted for the people 120 times out of 122 votes. We have 69 votes for Mr. Nixon, and the reason that we have fewer votes for Nixon than we have for Kennedy is the fact that for the past 8 years, Nixon has been vice president. And as vice president and the presiding officer of the Senate, he cast his vote only in event of a tie in the Senate. So therefore, we do not have as many recorded votes for him. And perhaps on the basis of what we do have recorded, it's good that he didn't vote as many times as Kennedy did. We have 69 recorded votes for Nixon. And out of the 69 votes, 59 times he has cast his vote against the interest of the people and for the bankers and the corporations. What are some of those votes? In 1947, and both men came to the Congress of the United States in 1947. In 1947, we had enacted in this country the most vicious labor law here before in history, the Taft-Hartley law. Now, the Taft-Hartley law was a combination of two bills. The Hartley bill passed in the House of Representatives, and the Taft bill passed in the Senate. In the House of Representatives, Richard Nixon helped Hartley write the Hartley bill. The Hartley bill did away with all industry-wide bargaining. It banned any employer contribution to welfare funds and permitted individuals to sue unions and to get injunctions against unions. This was the sort of bill that Richard Nixon helped write in the House of Representatives in 1947. When that bill came to a vote, Kennedy voted with labor against the Hartley bill, but Dickie Nixon voted for it. He had to. He'd helped write it. When that bill passed in the Senate, it's a little different version. Some of the bad features of the House, some of the worst features of the House bill had been omitted. So it came back from conference for another vote On the second vote on Taft-Hartley, as it was now known, Jack Kennedy voted against it. Nixon voted for it. President Truman vetoed the bill. The bill came back to the House of Representatives to override President Truman's veto. Kennedy voted to uphold President Truman's veto of Taft-Hartley. Nixon, for the third time, voted for Taft-Hartley. You say, well, maybe he thought the excesses of labor had grown too great. You can't condemn a man for one bad vote. 2 years later, in the Congress of the United States, we were trying to raise the minimum wage law. This was in 1949. One of those Dixiecrats, that's a man who is a Republican but who runs down here as a Democrat, and he gets elected, he goes to Washington and votes as a Republican. Congressman Lucas of Fort Worth, Texas, he introduced an amendment to the minimum wage bill that the Democrats were trying to get through. This amendment of Lucas's, took 1 million workers out from under the coverage of the minimum wage bill. The bill was passed. What do we find on the vote? We find Nixon voting to exclude from the protection of minimum wage 1 million American workers. We find Jack Kennedy voting with labor against the Lucas Amendment. A few months after the Lucas bill was passed, in 1950, war broke out in Korea. The communists moved down to take over Korea from the north. In January, before the communists moved south in Korea in June, a bill was before the Congress to provide federal aid money to strengthen the democratic forces in Korea, to prevent the communist takeover of Korea. When that bill came to a vote, just 5 months before war finally broke out, when we should have been strengthening the South Koreans, when that bill to help Korea came to a vote, we find Nixon voting against the bill, and we find Kennedy voting for it. 1950, we were trying to expand Social Security in America, to provide disability insurance for those who were disabled. And another Dixiecrat from North Carolina by the name of Doughton tried to wreck the Social Security proposals that Labor and the Democratic Party were backing by introducing an amendment that would block disability insurance, but would further have amended the unemployment compensation law to the place where a worker could not draw unemployment compensation unless he agreed to accept work if it were offered as a scab, a strike breaker, or at substandard wages. The Doughton Amendment was one of the most vicious anti-labor, anti-people amendments that's ever been introduced to Social Security. When the vote came in the House of Representatives, we find Nixon voting for this amendment. We find Kennedy voting with Labor and the Democrats against the Doughton Amendment. How about taxes? In 1948, while Mr. Nixon was still in the House of Representatives, there was a proposal to reduce taxes. The Democrats offered a tax bill. The Republicans were in control of Congress in 1948. The Republicans offered a tax bill that would give tax rebates to the corporations and big business. The Democrats countered with a bill that would have replaced the Republican bill and would have given tax relief to the low-income groups, the working people. When this bill came to a vote, again we find Nixon voting to give tax relief to the corporations and against giving it to the low-income groups. We find Kennedy side by side with organized labor and the Democratic Party fighting for tax relief for the working people. And I could go on and on here this morning, citing you vote after vote, where the public interest was involved, how Nixon has voted consistently with big business and the Republican Party, how consistently Kennedy has voted with the people. But in this election, in November, you are voting on more than just a candidate for President of the United States. You are voting on 4 vital economic issues. These issues will not be on the ballot, but the candidates represent contrasting positions on these issues. What am I talking about? First, I'm talking about minimum wage, raising minimum wage. Second, I'm talking about aid to education. Third, I'm talking about unemployment. And fourth, I'm talking about medical care for the aged. On these issues, Kennedy, if he is elected president, will use the power of the presidential office to have these bills passed. If Nixon is the president, you can expect no legislation in this field. Now, what do we have? In America today, we have 11 million people living on Social Security. And the average Social Security pension amounts to $73 a month. $73 is hardly enough to pay rent and buy food and keep a few clothes on one's back. There's nothing left for medical care for those who are living on Social Security. Now, in an effort to prevent the passage of an effective medical care bill for the aged, they passed in the last Congress what was probably the greatest fraud in the history of Social Security. They passed a bill which will give money to the states to provide a minute amount of medical care for the aged, those aged who will take the oath of poverty. You've got to be on relief, or you've got to take an oath of poverty before you can qualify under the bill that was passed. We propose that medical care for the aged be made a part of your Social Security program, an insurance that you pay for out of your Social Security and that you are entitled to draw when you retire. There are 20 million workers in America today who are not protected by minimum wages, the Minimum Wage and Now Act. Most of these 20 million workers are making less than $1 an hour. Senator Kennedy fought in the Senate of the United States in this special session for a $1.25 minimum wage bill that would include 5 million more American workers, 4.5 million, that are now uncovered. And when that bill got over to the House, what did we see happen? We saw a Republican Dixiecrat coalition led by Congressman Coleman of Mississippi bottle that bill up in the Rules Committee and never let it come to a vote. And there it died. Aid to education. You know, you should be proud of yourself in Mississippi because you are making one of the finest attempts down here to provide good schools for your children that people are making anywhere in America. You are spending 4 to 5 times as much of your per capita income for education in Mississippi as they are spending in New York State, Michigan, or California. You, while you have the lowest income of any state in the nation, you bear the second highest tax load in the nation. And a good part of it has been going for education. But despite the fine efforts that you have made, in dollars and cents spent on school children, you spend $1 on the education of a Mississippi child, you spend $1 for every $4 that New York State spends. Now we are moving into an age of automation. In the world of tomorrow, there will be no such thing as unskilled labor. We will have machines, and have them today, that run machines, that start and stop machines, that replace worn parts on their own machines. In the world of automation tomorrow, the workers will not be unskilled. They will be highly trained technicians. In order to be able to take that sort of training, it's going to be necessary that your boy or your girl have a good, sound foundation in high school in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and the other sciences. And the boys and girls that come out of the Mississippi high schools are not going to be competing for jobs in the world of tomorrow against other Mississippi boys and girls who have had the same sort of education. They are going to be competing against boys and girls from New York State, from Michigan, California, who have had 3 to 4 times as much spent on their education. How well are our kids going to be able to compete? True, you could, if you raised your taxes tenfold, you could provide as much money for education per child as they're spending in New York. But I don't believe in the state of Mississippi you can afford any more taxation. What's the answer? Senator Hill of Alabama, Senator Kefauver of Tennessee, 2 Southern Democrats, if you please. They recognize the problem that the South faces on education. They recognize that the fact that Southern boys and girls, as soon as they leave school down here, or going to Michigan, to New York, to Pennsylvania, to California to work. We are educating them. They're going off to work in other states, and the other states are benefiting from their labors through taxation. They believe that education is a nationwide problem, and they have proposed a bill and supported legislation to provide federal aid without strings, without controls, to the various states on the basis of need, so that the boy and girl in Mississippi, Alabama, or Arkansas will have the same sort of classroom, will have as good a teachers, will have as good an education as a boy and girl from New York State or Michigan or California. And this bill came before the last Senate, and there was a tie vote on the bill. Kennedy had voted for a federal aid to education bill. The vote was tied. And Dick Nixon cast the vote to break the tie and defeat the federal aid to education bill. And the fourth item is unemployment. Today in America, we have between 4.5 and 5 million people out of work. We have between 2 and 3 million people who are only working part-time. This means that there are between 6.5 and 8 million Americans who won't work, and the work is not there. Steel, the bellwether of American industry, is today producing at less than 50% of capacity. We are face to face in this country right now with another serious recession or depression. And what is this administration doing about it? In order to relieve this unemployment, in the past 4 years, 3 times the Democrats have passed a federal aid to distressed areas bill. A bill that would give to cities and counties and areas where there's heavy unemployment low-cost loans to develop new industry, to retrain workers, to provide jobs, and to bring back to these depressed areas prosperity. 3 times they've passed that bill, and 3 times your Republican president has vetoed it. If Kennedy is elected President of the United States, we will have legislation to relieve this unemployment situation, to provide jobs for people who want to work. Now, these are the issues. And if the people of the United States went to the polls in November and voted on the issues, this thing would be a landslide for Kennedy. But unfortunately, the issues are not getting through to the people. The campaign is being beclouded, deliberately so, by many false issues, paramount among which is the issue of Catholicism. Now, most of us are members of the church to which we were born. We were born into a Baptist or a Methodist or a Presbyterian or a Church of God or a Church of Christ family. From kids, we went to this church. Today we are members of this church. And so it was with the candidates for the presidency of the United States. Richard Nixon was born as a Quaker, and he is a Quaker. Senator Kennedy was born a Catholic, and he is a Catholic. Today, from the pulpits throughout America, we are finding Protestant ministers preaching to their congregations, urging them to vote against Kennedy because he's a Catholic. Because the Catholic Church does not believe in separation of church and state. And you know, it's right ironical. And I wonder if some of them stop to realize the hypocrisy of the situation. Here they are doing exactly the same thing when they take the pulpit and engage in politics that they're accusing the Catholic Church of. Mr. Kennedy has said, and I for one believe him, that I will not allow my religion, I have not allowed my religion to influence my votes in the Congress of the United States, and the record is there. The record is there to prove it. Kennedy, a Catholic, voted against federal aid for parochial schools. Kennedy, a Catholic, strongly opposed the appointment of an ambassador to the Vatican proposed by a Protestant. And as President of the United States, he further assures you that he will not allow any religion to interfere with his execution of the office. Now, I believe it. But you know, I'm a little older than most of you. I can remember in 1928, when again the Catholic issue was used to defeat a man for the presidency of the United States. I refer to Al Smith in his race against Herbert Hoover. In 1928, I was a senior in high school, working as a cook in North Carolina. And the editor sent me to cover a special meeting which Mordecai Ham, the well-known in those days Baptist evangelist, had in Goldsboro. And he had a great turning out of people. And I remember the thing that he said. He says, fellow Baptists, I don't want you to do anything you'll have to answer to God for. Don't vote for Al Smith. I saw the smear literature on the hate sheets. Stuff that sickens you in the stomach. That was circulated against Al Smith. That same campaign is